No, it's not. Welcome into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission on the game.
We got hijacked.
We did. It's fine. We're more important. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell. It is Fiddler Friday. That's what I'm calling it on these airwaves. Shane Fiddler, now the athletics director at White Knoll High School. I'm going to call you Coach, though, because that's what I know you as. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing? Glad to be back with you guys.
Man, we got a full slate of high school football. We got a full slate of college football. The Cowboys sent Micah Parsons to the Packers. What a night. What a night. We are going to make better business decisions than Jerry Jones did, though. Week number 2 of action tonight in the state of South Carolina. We are sitting just in the shadow of the Copper Dome, but we have games all across the state that we've got to get you into and start talking about. Listen, I've had lots of conversations with lots of coaches today and in the days prior. We're going to hear tonight from Lewis Clyburn of Brooklyn Casey. We're going to hear from Coach Perry Parks over at River Bluff. They play each other. We are going to hear from, let me make sure I get my list right here. We're going to hear from Corey Helms. We're going to hear from Stuart Young. We're going to hear from Ozzie Exum. We're going to hear from Corey Jenkins. We're going to hear from Chad Leapart. We're going to hear from everybody. Kale at our high school scoreboard show game of the night is at Summerville for Summerville and South Florence. That's right, Drew Marlowe taking his team down to Summerville to take on the Green Wave. That's game of the week. That might be game of the year level stuff. Dutch Fork opens their season against Spartanburg. This is just what I'm hitting. AC Flora and Chapin is the TV game here in the Midlands. Airport and Aiken are playing a region game in week number 2 because that region's obnoxiously large.
Yeah.
Not to mention that Aiken got a win last week for the first time in like 3 years. Lugoff Elgin is at Camden, rivalry game. Spring Valley is at Lower Richland. That's a game where Spring Valley, after not winning a game, coach, for 2+ years, might be able to go 2-0 tonight.
Great job by Coach Washington.
Your Timberwolves are on the road at the Gamecocks of Sumter. That's just the Midlands, folks. I'll keep going. J.O. Mann is at Gaffney. Gaffney lost a heartbreaker to Independence last week. The Beaufort Eagles are at the Greenwood Eagles tonight. Greenwood opening their season at the Bab. I got the game notes from their play-by-play guy. Oh, boy. I sent them to Elijah. I said, sir, this is a college-level game notes sequence. And game of the week part 2, Irmo is at Burns. Coach Burns is coming off of a win 30-10 over T.L. Hanna to break ground on that new stadium. And then Irmo's coming off of a win at Oceanside Collegiate. They found their quarterback. We all wonder, A.J. Brand's not there. What's going to happen? Oh, Dre Dobson happened. 3 touchdowns last week in that win. They got a good defensive performance. That's game of the night level stuff in the upstate and possibly in the entire state.
I'll give you a third game of the week.
Okay.
Daniel Stratford. Stratford had Somerville beat last week.
That's a good one. Yeah.
They were driving to win the game and dropped the pass at the 10-yard line. And, of course, Daniel came off a big win over Chapman last week. So that's another one I think that can be considered up there for game of the week.
That's a great point. There are a lot of these. I'm just looking, again, I'm still in the upstate. Ridgeview is at Northwestern defending state champions, if you call it that. York is at Nation Ford. In Jake Bentley's head coaching debut in the regular season, Nation Ford was driving, had a chance to tie, send it to overtime, maybe go for 2 and win the whole dang thing. They came up a bit short. Rock Hill last week got a big win over River Bluff. Coach Bulwer's team's really good up there. They got South Point this week, who's limping in. I say limping. They lost last week to Huff at Bank of America Stadium, and that's probably going to happen at Bank of America a lot, a team losing like that. And then the Woodruff Wolverines are hosting the Fountain Inn Fury. Aiden Gibson will be in Atlanta as a recruit for the Gamecocks this weekend, so that might be a game you want to look at. Hartsville is on the road at Carolina Forest tonight, both teams opening their season. And how about this one? Our Darlington Falcons are on the road to take on North Myrtle Beach. Both teams 1-0. And I said this earlier today. If Darlington wins that ball game, the folks, they've arrived. I like what Darlington's got going right now, Coach. They're putting a lot of people on notice in the offseason and the preseason, and I think it could start paying dividends once they get between the white lines.
Jamie Johnson, never doubt him. He did it at Hannah Pamplico.
Yep.
Now he's
fighting
doing
Josh Turners.
Yep, and now he's doing it again at Darlington.
Yep.
And he's built a great staff, and I know they have a quarterback that went to the Shrine Bowl invite-only combine, so obviously a lot of coaches across state think highly of him, so that's a big game for them. It should be a lot of fun, and looking forward to see how that takes place for those guys tonight for the Falcons.
Should be a good one there. We go to the Low Country, a lot of great games here. I just circled 2. Obviously, we've already talked about it. South Florence is at Summerville. That's our high school scoreboard show presented by Cottman Transmission. Game of the week. Kale will be there, which means we get live updates from that game. And in fact, look at that. It's like you speak it into existence. Kale is on with us. Go ahead, bud.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Oh, we sure can. Go right ahead.
All right, so I am here from Memorial Stadium in Summerville, South Carolina, as both the South Florence Bruins and the Summerville Green Wave are warming up as we prepare for a top 5 matchup in this state.
When you're looking at this game, Kale, this level of a matchup between Summerville and South Florence, obviously Coach Marlowe has a good offensive front. That offensive line might be the strength of their team. They're going to want to run the ball. Are you expecting, just as someone who's there for the game, are you expecting low-scoring defensive battle? Or are you expecting some trading back and forth of some touchdowns?
Me personally, I'm expecting back and forth. From what I've been told, from at least the Summerville perspective, on Monday from their game against Stratford, the defense needs a little bit of work, but offense has no issue scoring points on the board. So I'm expecting this game to be a combined probably 60 or 70 points.
We'll be monitoring it, and obviously Kale will be calling in on the phone lines to give us those updates. We appreciate it, bud. Looking forward to a great night tonight.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm excited to call it.
That is Kale Wilson on the phone lines. 803-404-6100 is where you can get us there all night long. He bats leadoff. Roger is in a deep hole right now. Roger's behind the 8 ball when it comes to our buddy Kale, so we'll see if we can get him straightened up. And one more game in the Low Country. I got to throw a bone. The Wando Fighting Jamie Bradfords are going to Hanahan tonight for the Art Craig Bowl, as he's calling it. Both teams 1-0, and our mutual friend JB is not going to be at that game because he's in Atlanta. But he's already given me a score prediction, and he said it's going to be 7-0, Wando.
You know, it's funny. He always predicts 70-0.
He does.
For the Warriors.
He does. He does. We'll see if that comes to pass. So, again, that's a lot of great games. We're just getting started here. We're only 4 minutes in. You see how jam-packed this show is? Not only do we have that, I know without a doubt that behind the glass, this gentleman was in Darlington this morning and then was here for the end of the post-game show and is punching the buttons and keeping us on the air somehow tonight. That's Mr. Elijah Campbell. And he has been working feverishly. The pencil is smoking right now as he is compiling the Undefeated Club, because there are a lot of teams in the Undefeated Club. Again, if you haven't played a game yet, you're not in the Undefeated Club. That's not how this works. You have to have participated in a football game to be in the Undefeated Club. And you had to have the opportunity to have been defeated to be in the Undefeated Club. So we'll be looking at that a little bit later on. We've got our updated Patriot League standings. Coach, I don't know how much you know about this, what we started last week. Basically, we're coming up on the 250th birthday of the greatest country in the world, and South Carolina played an outsized role in making sure that started. And because of that, we have a lot of well-known generals that fought battles here in South Carolina. So what we did is we took the 4 generals. We took Moultrie, Sumter, Marion, and Pickens, and we said, where'd they fight their battles? And we looked at their battles, and we picked a high school from each area and created 4 4-team divisions to be a part of this Patriot League.
Oh, as a former history teacher, this is exciting.
I knew this would get you a little bit. So we'll update your standings for the Patriot League. We are, business terms, still efforting to get a trophy. And again, for the teams that are in these regions, I think it's much more important than a state championship. It's just my opinion, selflessly and totally objectively. Think that's a bigger deal. We'll have our LA Faith Fighters of the Night tonight. We'll have our off-field fighter and our on-field fighter. Of course, the on-field will be at the end of the show. The on-the-field will be coming up within this first hour, so make sure you're listening and keeping watch of that. I have word that we have several callers that I didn't even name that are going to be calling in, head coaches, former head coaches. Some with Gamecock ties could be calling in tonight to have a conversation. Not so much about Sunday. We'll work it in. But mostly about Friday nights. Looking forward to that. Uncle Lou Bajak is at River Bluff at Brooklyn Casey. We'll hear from him later on. Our buddy Chris Deering is in downtown Columbia for Pillion at Columbia. The Caps hosting Pillion tonight. And we might hear from Coach Corey Helms, who made the move from Cardinal Newman to Pillion tonight.
Let's talk about how good Pillion has looked. Just through the preseason and then that first game, he has done a tremendous job in his first couple weeks at the helm, as a pun,
look at that,
of Pillion. So as he's in Lexington 1 with me, and then give him a lot of credit for the job he's done so far.
How hard is it, would you say, and you didn't make the jump from Skeeza to public school. How difficult do you imagine that jump to be going from Cardinal Newman? Again, Cardinal Newman and Hammond and Heathwood, great institutions, proud athletic histories. How difficult is that jump to move from one to Pillion?
Well, I had a similar trajectory. I was head coach at Waccamaw, which, in 3A looks schizo, but it's not. And then I went to Ashley Ridge, fifth biggest school in the state, in 5A. So that jump for me, obviously you have a lot of people that doubt if you can do it because they've only seen you do it on a lower level.
Right.
But if you just, stick to your guns, do what you do, and then you can build the program the same way. And Corey's coached in high school league ball. He coached at Gray. I mean, obviously he played at Carolina, so he knows what he's doing. He's going to build his team around toughness, build around strong offensive and defensive lines, and that's what he's doing at Pillion, and it's obviously paying off so far.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Corey Helms had real success at Cardinal Newman, and I hope he transfers that to Pillion. Pillion, let's talk big, small towns in South Carolina. Pillion's one of them.
Not to mention Abbeville,
not to mention Nice's and Hunter Kinder Tyler, Hartsville. No one just walks into Kellytown.
No.
Speaking of, we got Ian Guerin there tonight giving us score updates.
Ian Guerin is going to be in. Is going to be at the Hartsville game. Hartsville is. Let me make sure I get this right here.
But one does walk to
Carolina
Kellytown and cover it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to go to Kellytown to cover a game, but that game is not at Kellytown. That game's at Carolina Forest. We got a top 10 rankings in across classifications. You know what? Might as well hit that right now. If I've learned one thing from our good friend Tommy Moody, it was make sure you tell them where the rankings are and who's ranked where.
Yes.
So we do have our rankings. Let's go ahead and look at those in Class 5. Again, these are rankings, not ratings. Dutch Fork, number 1 in 5A. So, tax day is April 15th. Sun rises in the east, sets in the west. Dutch Fork is picked number 1 by the media. Northwestern's number 2, followed by Somerville. Then Irmo Gaffney rounding out the top 5. Gaffney sitting at 0-1 this season. Greenwood kicks off their season tonight. They're 6, followed by Sumter, Burns, Ridgeview, and Spartanburg. Others receiving votes, Dorman, James Island, Hillcrest, Berkeley, Boiling Springs, Nation Ford, and T.O.Hanna. In Class 4A, Drew Marlowe's South Florence Bruins, number 1. I had a conversation with him. I got a break for a second. I had a conversation with him a couple weeks ago, and I asked him about Lenora Sellers. I don't know if you know, there's a game on Sunday involving Lenora Sellers and Jaden Sellers and everybody else on the team. And I asked him, when did you know that Lenoris would be what he's become? And he said, I knew it immediately. I knew his sophomore year he was going to be a first-round draft pick. And how'd you know that? And his point was not how he throws the ball, how he runs, his physicality on the field. His point was it was how he carried himself day in and day out.
I've said that 100 times. I had a player on the Shrine Bowl team with him, and just being up there for practice and being at the game, it was the most obvious thing ever that he was a Sunday player. And it's been awesome to watch him at Carolina here locally, go to the flagship school of our state, and having the success he has. I hope he can continue it this year and have another great season and lead to a great pro career.
And I think it will. I was listening to a former player talk about him today, and he said, I want to make sure Gamecock fans know that you'll not see him reach his full potential in a Gamecock uniform. Like, his full potential will be 8 years from now when he's in the league. And I thought that was just a very interesting remark.
In coaching quarterbacks, you talk about savvy, right? Mm-hmm. And he's got it. You can just see it. And, he's got so much savvy. I always say he's got savvy with 2 V's. That means he's really got it.
He's really got it.
And he has it. He's got savvy with 3 V's.
No question. He's the things he made happen last year were incredible. So South Florence is number 1. South Point's number 2. Hartsville 3, North Augusta 4, Daniel 5. Here's the rest of your top 10. AC Flora, West Side, Camden. Coming in at number 9, the battling Bishops of Bishop England.
Incredible
number 9.
name.
Gosh, I love that name. And the logo is fantastic. Number 10, Seneca. Others receiving votes, Midland Valley, Gray Collegiate, Bluffton, Fountain Inn, Hilton Head Island, and Gurr. Class 3A, BHP, the number 1 team in 3A, followed by Woodruff, Oceanside Collegiate, Dillon, and Mountain View Prep coming in at number 5. The Lions of Loris at 6, followed by Newberry, Orangeburg, Wilkinson, OW, man. That's just a consistent program right now in terms of they're just there.
They'll be better than they were last year.
Every year, they're just there. Marlboro County 9, Powdersville, the Patriots come in at 10. Christchurch, Keenan, Swansea, Ainer, Broome, Chapman, St. Joe's, and Silver Bluff receiving votes there. In 2A, the Red Devils of Clinton remain the number 1 team in Class 2A. Losing last week, are you ready? Make this make sense. Clinton's got 2 first-place votes, a tie for second between Batesburg, Leesville, and Chester. Chester also has 2 first-place votes, and Batesburg-Leesville has 6.
I don't get it.
I don't get the kids. I hear the kids say today the math ain't mathin', and I agree with them.
It never does for me in general, but
Yeah.
especially in this instance right
It's
here.
true. It's true. Hampton County, number 4, the Hurricanes there. Barnwell 5, Sherrall 6, Fairfield Central 7. Y'all, the number 7, number 6, number 4, number 2, and number 1 teams all have at least a first place vote. Central is number 8, Strom Thurmond 9, Philip Simmons 10. Saluda, Chesney, Manning, Andrew Jackson, Mullins, Timberland, and Pillion all receiving votes. And in Class 1A, I'll give you one guess, everyone. Who's the first place team?
Abbeville.
Bingo. With 15
Don't need more than one guess there.
with 15 first place votes. Cross is number 2, by the way. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. When we do, we will hear from Coach Lewis Clyburn of the Brooklyn KC Bearcats and Coach Perry Parks of the River Bluff Gators ahead of their matchup tonight. That's next on the High School Scoreboard Show on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission. On the game, Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell, Shane Fiddler from White Knoll High School, the athletic. I got to get used to that. I'm sorry. You're in what color? What color is that now? What do they call that?
This is Cardinal, sir.
Cardinal.
We're repping the bank right here.
Okay, Cardinal.
Red bank.
Is that on the middle of the field, by the way?
It is right now. Yeah, we're getting turf. We're going to put the wolf head with the WK on it. But right now, we're embracing the bank.
Yeah, I have a shirt here that this is why you become friends with athletic directors, right?
Because you get the merch.
You get the merch. Let me just at the camera. For those of you listening at home, The back of it says White Knoll football. It's not for everyone. Did I enunciate that correctly?
It's not. It's not for everybody.
It's not for everyone.
Takes a special person to play White Knoll for Coach Nick Pelham.
For what it's worth, that can confirm just having conversations with Coach Pelham. But number two, before we hit our coach interviews here, I do have to say I can hear their PA announcer from my front yard.
We'd love to have you by.
Last Thursday, I'm a little tied up on Fridays.
We could do a live show from the game.
That
we got
would be
an open booth in the press box.
Well,
We've been
now
trying for a while.
Well, now
to
I'm
get that
interested.
done.
Now I'm interested. As long as it comes with free canteen, that's a short
It
drive
does.
for me. That's literally a 3-minute drive.
That's
I'm
a
not
home
even
game
joking.
for you.
It's a home game.
That
for
counts
me.
as a home.
We'll have shirts for both of y'all.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Oh, okay.
man.
You know what? I'm
Didn't I
sorry.
bring a helmet last year?
Yeah, what for a different school?
Yes, for different school. It is still here. It
Okay,
is in
good.
my desk.
Can confirm it's
For the
still here.
Eagles, yeah.
All right. So first up, I tell you what. Let's just roll it back to back, man. Give me Coach Lewis Clyburn first. Brooklyn Casey and River Bluff, big matchup tonight. We talked to Coach Clyburn before he makes his debut as the head man at the Bearcats. And welcome back into the high school scoreboard show presented by Cottman Transmission. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell here with the head coach of the Brooklyn Casey Bearcats, Lewis Clyburn. Coach, first go-round at Brooklyn Casey in 2025. Obviously not your first go-around in the coach's chair, but glad you're with us on the program tonight.
Well, I appreciate it. Enjoy being here. Obviously, it's been a transition. Transitions are always, got curveballs every other day, but just learning. It was awesome to get into the school in the spring and get to know the players, get to know the community, get to know the faculty inside the building and everything, because I think that's a big piece of it. Because that's where the student athletes are going to go to class. They're living in that school. So just developing a relationship with the teachers and administration. So that part's been good. And then, of course, summer, just trying to hire staff and get our offense and defense and just get our culture and our standard across to the players has been a process. And then now all of a sudden you blink and the season's here.
It goes by pretty quickly. And for somebody who's been coaching as long as you have at multiple ranks of football, sometimes one of the hardest years can be that year one for you personally at the high school level. What are some of the more important things when it comes to establishing the culture that you want set and having that transition year go as smoothly as possible?
The biggest piece that I've learned, and it's funny, Brian Remph and I actually hit coached every single level. So when we coached the Camden Youth Bulldogs, then I was at Pop Warner coach. So it's like there from all the way up to Power 5 football. Haven't done the professional leagues yet, and I don't know if I'll ever do that. But
and you'll hit for the coaching
that's
cycle.
That's the cycle. But it's when you're developing your culture, it's about relationships and getting not only the coaches to have a relationship with each other and building that communication and relations around the community and around the school, but it's the players with each other. Sometimes you can have two kids that have gone to school together since kindergarten, but they don't have that relationship with each other. And football is such a team sport, and it's a kind of a cliche to say a team sport, but it's just built on not just one person's ability to execute a certain play, but a group of 11 people executing a play. There's no one football play that's designed where there's just one X or one O on the board. So that's been the biggest target. We had the guys had a great summer. My goal at the beginning when I got the job was, well, I'm going to take these guys. They hadn't been to a lot of places, to every single college football program in the state of South Carolina, to just cast the net, take them places they hadn't been. And we went to 7. We didn't hit all of them. There's a few nooks and crannies we couldn't hit. Coastal and Charleston Southern were 2 that we missed, but we'll get those next summer. But it was just, you get on the bus, you spend all day together, you eat lunch together, just the old cliche of just breaking bread together. So the different conversations are not just about football, but it's about who you are and what you do, what you like. And so those things, I think, kind of develop that culture. And then when you're on the field and things, in a football game, things are going to get hard. There's no football game where it's just the floodgates open and you just win and it's all, milk and honey. It's just that doesn't happen. So figuring out how to navigate diversity is one of those things that I think if you've had that relationship, then all of a sudden you're on the field and you trust each other and then it's a lot easier to build that into, actually executing a game plan and executing football plays.
You know, about executing a game plan, you got to put game plans together. Obviously, this week you've got River Bluff coming up tonight. Talk about that coaching staff that you put together a little bit. Obviously, you got a lot of coaching experience between your coordinators and yourself amongst the others.
Yeah, I'm excited. It was one of those things when I got the job, I told Dr. Hafner and Dr. Jones, I really want to build this staff with some intent, just with some purpose at every single position. And not that everybody doesn't do that, but being the athletic director and the head football coach, I've called plays a large majority of my career and am very comfortable with it. But when you start adding the layers, at North Central, I was the AD and the football coach for 10 years or almost 10 years. And there's burdens that you have to address during a day, and so I wanted to be very purposeful in those hirings, and I'm excited about it. We've got 12 guys that, number one, that I trust, that we've been, the parts and pieces, they've come from an assortment of different areas, from G.A. Mangus, who is, an old college coach and friend of mine. We're kind of, I guess you could both label us Steve Spurrier guys. And then from Scotty Dean, who I knew from our days at Camden, and I told the team when I hired him, I said he was one of the very few that stumped me as a defensive coordinator calling offense when he was at Fairfield Central. So he gained my respect immediately. They beat us one night, and we still argue about who should have. We blocked field goal. Demetrius Davis pulled out of his hat a blocked field goal that was the difference in that game. And then just on down from there, Shalevi Boozer, who's got a ton of experience, has coached at Dutch Fork. He's kind of our passing game coordinator, and he's working together with Coach Dean. And then on offense, and it's just you go right down the staff. Keith Walker has done a great job coming in as our strength coach and our offensive line coach. He's got coordinator experience in the area. Tyler Renew, who, Sean Elliott and I grew up together. We're on the same Little League baseball team, and I've known Sean forever. But I told Tyler when I hired him, I said, now you stabbed a dagger in my heart when you run roughshod over the Gamecocks, and Sean Elliott was the head coach. You might have cost him that job, and we kind of joke about it. But Tyler has got a wealth of experience. A tough, hard-nosed football player usually translates into a tough, hard-nosed coach. And so the parts and pieces all the way down through Bryce Jeffcoat, who played quarterback for us at Camden and has been coaching at Erskine for the past 4 years. His claim to fame is his mom was Joyce Edwards' basketball coach. So Bryce is
that'll work.
And his dad, Derwin Jeffcoat, punted for the Gamecocks, and Natalie, it was Natalie Funderburk then, was a high school classmate of mine, and she played for the Gamecocks. So Bryce is just has a lot of local ties. But you can just go right through the staff, and it's just every part and piece. I tried to be, and it's good people, good men that are developing relationships with those players. So then when you ask them when times get tough and you're trying to figure out and develop that game plan, which, we've done, and we'll see the art to a great coach is to get a player to execute what because it ultimately on game night, it's not what we know. There's a lot of wizards that can call great games, but I'm a firm believer that it's what the kids know and what they can execute. So, from whatever you can say, from Nick Saban all the way down to pick what you think is the worst college football coach ever. It's about it's
like
about
five
what the
names in my head.
There you go. You got a few, but it's about what the players can execute.
Yeah.
So.
Certainly. And that's one thing, too, I guess part of that transition process of taking over a new team and a bunch of kids is kind of figuring out what it is that you can do. And obviously progress isn't linear, but at some point you probably have a timeline in your head of where you want to be. Is there a position group or part of this team that is further along ahead of the progress that even you might have mentally mapped out going into the season?
We're relatively young on offense. We've got 3 sophomores, a lot of juniors, really and if you count a couple of two-way players, probably 2 people that'll be getting a large amount of time that are seniors on offense. And then, but it's one of those that they have the 7-on-7 piece of it helps with the communication. Now, obviously, that's just a lot of throwing the ball around, but it's just the operation you get to practice. So that's always good. And then, defensively, we do have a little bit more experience on defense. But it's crazy. We talked about it the other day, trying to do exactly what you said. Now, where's the strength of our team? And I think we've all grown equally. We've put a lot of emphasis on being clean with special teams. Early in a football season, I don't think a lot of games are won. To be honest with you, through the years, I've learned that a lot of games are lost. Whether it's through penalties, mistakes, turnovers, special teams, all those different things. I think, especially if you have two teams that are at least close to equal, the tides of a game can go back and forth with mistakes. So if we can limit our mistakes and play clean football, then you get a chance to see that execution come through.
You open up the season. We talked on the phone the other day. Not a smooth transition in terms of let's just land this plane nicely heading into week one. You've got River Bluff. By the way, thank you for respecting week one and math. I appreciate it.
Sanctity of numbers.
The sanctity of numbers. You've got River Bluff to open it up. Then you've got White Knoll. Then you got May River. May River handled your rival team across town this past week. So you got those three, and then you jump into what I believe is pound for pound the toughest region in the state.
I agree.
Just the depth of the region itself. How do you get your players? I don't think it's going to be very hard to get your players locked in for tonight's ball game against River Bluff.
For sure, it's the scheduling is one of those things anymore. It's a tough deal, with all the different ways that we have changed how you make the playoffs and what you do in the regions and the alignment. And I haven't traditionally gotten into that, somehow, and I joke with David Bird at Sherraw, and he's kind of on the executive committee now. Somehow, magically, he ended up, when I was at North Central, going from in a 3A conference with Fairfield Central and Camden to jumping down back to a 2A conference with us and, Andrew Jackson and Chesterfield. And I said, David, what kind of Jedi mind trick did you pull to make that happen? So I don't get into all that, but some obviously, but it's, so it lays out, we do have a tough conference, got some good schools, some good coaches. So that piece of it is what it is. In the next go round, we'll see. I think it'd be awesome to be in a conference, in a Midlands conference, and play some local teams, because I think then you can generate, not that it's not interesting for us to go down and play North Augusta or the Aiken schools. It's just that there's, for fans and for the environment, which is what it's all about, and the kids and their families. So I think that could, hopefully we'll get that changed. But then the non-conference schedule is, it's tough. It's it is what it is. You're playing some traditionally, good schools that are 5A, one's a 4A, and so it's but finding those games and finding those things are is always a challenge. I did tell Brian Remph and I when this job came up and it ended up where I was going to take it. One of my last conversations with him, and we still joke about it. Our kids played football from 10U up, and that we'll go to Camden next year for a football game. So that'll be,
yes.
It may have to be week 0. I don't know. It depends on their schedule.
If we can get in the schedule, it's in the schedule.
Everyone else calls it week 0. We had, I think the number was something like 65 games played in that stretch of time up until Monday because of the weather. That's week 1.
That's right.
And you guys just happen to take a bye.
We just need to use different. We just need to use different numbers. We have 11 games in the season. You can be the one to start it. Somebody's got to be at the tip of the spear.
If someone needs to be, I can't be high school football commissioner. I don't think that's a position.
We will trademark the term.
Self-anoint.
Oh, I gladly self-anoint.
Yeah, crown yourself. I mean, we have been referring to it as the 0th week of the season because that's how silly it sounds. There is no 0th anything.
So as we wrap up, Coach, obviously a big game tonight against River Bluff. Your first game as BC's head coach. Perry Parks' second game as River Bluff's head coach. Going into tonight, you mentioned some youth on offense. What are you looking for from your starting quarterback? What are you looking for from those leaders on both sides of the football?
Just want to play clean football, execute. We're not going to try to, do more than what we feel like our players can do. But if we play clean football, try to, win the line of scrimmage. I think River Bluff's got a really good front offensive front and defensive front. They, got a good quarterback. They have a little bit more experience running back. But if we play clean football and execute, the goal is to, make the fewer mistakes than your opponent, and then get this thing in the fourth quarter and see if we can have a chance to win.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. That's Coach Lewis Clyburn from Brooklyn KC. They open up the season tonight for them against the River Bluff Gators. We'll be back with more of the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show,
God, this song fires me.
presented by Cottman Transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell, Shane Fiddler with you on a Friday night. Elijah's playing the game. Guess the high school football movie that these songs are from. There aren't many.
Picture the Astrodome.
It's got to be Friday Night Lights.
Dallas Carter's walking out. Yeah.
Yeah. That was going to be my guess even before you said Astrodome. What a great movie.
Oh, fantastic.
Great, pretty good show too. The show was not enough football in my opinion. Obviously, NBC.
Yeah.
A lot of Applebee's.
A lot of Applebee's in that show.
I can tell who paid a lot for appearances to be part of that program.
Well, my wife and I got it once our daughter was born. We had to, a lot of naps that she's taking. You're not taking many. You just need something on the TV. So we started watching old seasons of Survivor. And you just see in which seasons the sponsorships were like Sprint. or Applebee's for like the rewards. Like do you just want that Applebee's bourbon burger? And I'm like, oh, what a spot. What a spot.
If
All
you
right.
find the idol, you get Applebee's.
There you go. Welcome back in.
I think I don't want to find the idol. I'm just going to take a nap.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome back in. We are locked and loaded. A lot of action here. I got football in front of me, folks. I got Chapin giving up a big run there. Chapin and AC Flora tonight on the TV game here in Columbia. I've got BC and River Bluff in front of me. That one taking place, if you're watching on YouTube, that way, as they host the River Bluff Gators in Fort Knox. We heard from Coach Lewis Clyburn just a few moments ago. We'll hear from Coach Perry Parks a little bit later. Spoiler, he will not be calling us from the sidelines.
No, he's a little busy right now. We kind of had to pre-record that one earlier.
He just called a nice play right there, I'll tell you that.
What an interesting conversation that was, though, Elijah. I'm excited for folks to hear it. Perry's got a lot of experience at multiple levels, and I don't think his journey ends in high school football. I believe there's other things out there for him. Just putting that out there, but we'll see if that happens. A lot of great games. They're all kicking off right now or have kicked off because it is 7:41 p.m. Eastern time.
Trivia question here, Justin.
Got it.
Who are the last two region head coaches to defeat Tom Knotts in the Dutch Fork Silver
Nick
Foxes?
Pelham.
That's one. That's right. Go Wolves.
Perry Parks.
Bingo.
Wow. How about that?
I'm a 90s wrestling fan. Tyler Head and I have a lot more in common than you think.
Yeah.
NASCAR and professional
Right.
wrestling. But professional wrestling for me ended when I turned like 12. It's not still real to me anymore.
It was at one point.
It was at one point. And this was a big deal. This right here, if you're watching on YouTube, that was NWO kind of stuff for life. And you guys do that? Is it more like that? It's not hook 'em.
It's not for everybody.
Fair. Good point. No, that felt like a shot. Let's go to the phone lines, 803-404-6100. We're joined by Coach Corey Jenkins on the phones. I guess I should just cede the floor to Shane Fiddler for setting this up. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. How you guys doing?
Well, can't complain. We got high school football going on right now. Gamecocks play on Sunday. Coach, you had a game. Wait, shouldn't you be coaching a game right now? What's going on?
I should have been coaching the game right now. We should have been actually already kicked off, about midway through the first quarter with Cardinal Newman tonight. But unfortunately, they canceled the game on us about a month and a half ago.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we don't have to get into the reasons why. Tell us about your ball club, though. What do you? I mean, did you guys play? I can't remember. Help me. Was this going to be week 1 for you, or was this going to be week 2 for you?
This would have been week 1. We lost last week to Keenan High School in a close match, 30-22.
That's right.
We started off slow. The first 20 minutes were just not good football for us, and I think that hurts when we didn't have a chance to play in the jamboree. The kids get in front of lights, and you got lights, camera action, and sometimes they just forget things, and it kind of showed that first half of the game, and right toward the end of the second quarter, we drove down the field, we scored, and then the third and fourth quarter, we actually played pretty decently, but just the slow start hurt us.
Jank, it's Fid. Hey, man, how you doing?
Good, Fid. How you, brother?
I'm good. Jank and I, we coached together a while back, so we go pretty far back. We've done scrimmages and stuff together in the off season, and when you finish that first game, there's a big difference in feeling not only on your team but in the school when you're 1-0 versus 0-1. They were talking about the 1-0 undefeated club. You guys had the loss last week. How was practice this week, especially going into what you're dealing with tonight and knowing that you're going to get a chance to go back out there until next week?
Practice was good this week, man. We actually had a chance to lift, out of season lifting. We got really good lifts in this week. The guys still ran around. We're still positive, of course, very, very positive about the season itself. One loss at the beginning of the year doesn't determine what happens the rest of the year. So, that's kind of our motto now. Actually, me and my oldest son right now, we're on our way to Lakewood to watch them play because that's who we got next week. So the guys feel good. I feel good about next week. Obviously, the team feels pretty good about it, and we're just going to make sure we practice harder, faster, more physical, and just kind of take it from there.
Obviously, Coach, you're scouting tonight, and you'll be coaching next Friday night. There is a game in between those that I would feel like I'm not doing my job if I didn't ask you about it. The Gamecocks are opening the season against the Hokies of Virginia Tech. Number one, what's your take on the game this week, and then I'll ask part two.
Okay. I just want to see the guys perform well, man. Go out and compete. I think for South Carolina, it's always, we're right there, and just never had a chance to really just get over that hump. So I think the start of the season with the win, with a great showing, I think that would give those guys a lot of confidence moving forward into the season. Hopefully going into, especially going into SEC play with as tough as the SEC is. Virginia Tech is going to be a really, really good test. Good thing it's a neutral site because I know it's hard to play up in Virginia with them guys. So I'm just excited to watch them play and see how well they do.
Part two, best story that you can tell on air from playing for Lou Holtz.
Is there a story that I can tell on air?
Yes. Is there a story you can tell on air?
It's not a lot that I can tell on air, but there is one I can tell on air for sure. As a freshman, of course, they have the freshmen come out for the first 3 days. It's all freshmen and transfers practicing with the just with the coaches and the GAs and everybody. We're in pad, we're running around, and Coach Host was really, really fond of me at the time. No other quarterbacks were out there, and we were just I was just excited to be out there. I was happy. He was complimenting me a lot, telling me a lot of good things. And then soon as the older guys came, I threw a pass that got broken up by Sheldon Brown, and the next thing you know, he looked at me and said, "Son, you will never play quarterback here throwing the ball like that." And I'm like, holy, where did that come from? And so, God bless him. Phil Petty came over to me and said, "Hey, get used to it. He's harder on quarterbacks than he is on anybody else." So, but he's a great guy. I love playing for him. He builds a lot of character in his players. So, I know some people don't have a lot of good things to say about him, but me personally, I never got anything bad to say about him, nothing negative about him, and I just think the world of him.
I tell you, I grew up in those Lou Holtz years. Those are my formative years as a Gamecock fan, and I just love getting stories from you and from Eric Kimmery and all those guys about Lou. How often were you on Fumble Island?
Oh, man, listen, that's one place you stayed away from, man, because when that sand got into your pads, and as hot as it is in South Carolina, there was no turning back. And it was a guarantee the rest of the practice was going to be miserable. So, if you fumbled during practice, you went to Fumble Island. You stayed there for probably maybe 5 minutes or so, not long because it didn't take long. They throw the ball in the sand. You got to dive down in the sand, cover it up. I mean, these are all things you have to do, and you do it repeatedly for maybe 10 to 15 reps. And it's not just pick it up and throw it right down. You got to run a little bit to go get it. It was absolutely miserable. So I did my best not to fumble too much.
Coach Corey Jenkins, former South Carolina Gamecock, and then NFLer. I'm looking here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in the NFL, 6th-round draft pick, and now the head coach at his alma mater.
Played for Saban.
Did.
Yep,
Did.
sure did.
Miami and
Can't
Oklahoma.
tell those stories.
Definitely.
No, definitely can't tell them stories.
You're
More
safer with Lou.
intimidating, Nick Saban or Lou Holtz?
Say that again?
More intimidating, Nick Saban or Lou Holtz?
Oh, I'm saving.
Okay.
Without it.
Lou Holtz is like, what, 4'10"?
Yeah, but
yeah.
he's a small man with a big bite.
Oh, yeah, he is.
And Saban's not a really big guy either. He's a little guy, but he has a huge bite. He's very knowledgeable of the game. He is a very how would we say, little things guy. Making sure all the little things are done right. All the small things, from your shirt tail being tucked in to lining up. If you're supposed to be a half a yard inside the hash, then you better be a half a yard inside the hash, not a yard inside the hash. I learned a lot from him when it comes to just being small things, doing the small things right.
That's awesome. I'm so glad we got you on. I appreciate Fiddler making the connection, because this has been great. Coach, enjoy the time of scouting. Enjoy the Friday night off, even though you wanted to be playing tonight. Enjoy the game on Sunday, and we look forward to talking with you throughout the season.
Correct. And I just, before we hang up, I just want to make a statement and say, I really, really wish we could have played tonight. I just think it's really unfair to our kids of what happened, with them not wanting to play. And unfortunately, sometimes you don't have a good team, and you may not feel good about playing a certain team or a certain schedule, but once you make that schedule, once you sign a contract and you agree to it, you owe that at least to the kids that you're playing. It's one thing if you cancel the entire season, but it's another thing just to cancel one game on your schedule because it's us. They're not going to cancel a Hammond game. We can't call Lakewood and say, hey, guys, we're not that good, so we're not going to play you guys. I just think that was really, really unfair. I just think that was a really bad move. And I just don't think it's a good look for their program. How does that look to call a school and say, hey, we're not going to play you guys, but we're going to play somebody else?
Well said. That's Coach Corey Jenkins on the phone lines. Coach, we appreciate it. Look forward to chatting with you throughout the year, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
See you, buddy. Enjoy the game.
All right. You guys have a good one.
Ooh.
During that interview, some stuff has happened.
Yes. Fill me in on the stuff.
AC Flora, not even, 5 minutes into the game, up 14-0. Roper Winsky is on pace to throw like 10 touchdown passes in this game. Absolutely tearing it up. If you like points and you like offense, I suggest getting to Watch Fox right now and watching AC Flora take on Chapin.
Watch.com for those of you not in the footprint.
That's right. Ridgeview up 7-0 on Northwestern in the first quarter.
Check that, 14-0.
Oh.
I did not expect that.
Shocker of the night brewing. We don't have a planned upset of the night, but maybe it's a Vertex PT specialist comeback watch because Northwestern is that good. They should be able to, climb out of a 14-point hole.
Yeah, everyone always talks about Northwestern's offense and their explosiveness, and that is true, but their defensive front seven, and they got a safety back there. They say he's committed to Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
When you see him on film line up in his stance, I know y'all can't see me unless you watch TV, he gets in his stance and his hands are down to his dang feet. He's so big and long. They just got players everywhere.
That's a Torian Gray recruiting archetype player right there with that type of wingspan.
I'll give you another one. Our buddy Ian Guerin is covering this game at Carolina Forest. They're 14 minutes into the ball game, gentlemen, and it is 35-14 Carolina Forest over Hartsville.
Mark Morris.
Cameron Long, 75-yard touchdown pass to Nick Zanconi. I'm going to go with Zanconi because I'm married to an Italian, partially. Abbeville is up 7-0 at the break at the end of the first quarter. Giving you a few. 14-0 Greenville over Riverside. 14-0 Greenville over
bouncing
Riverside.
back.
Absolutely.
They didn't have the week 1 or week 0, whatever. It's the first week of the year. They didn't have a week 1, a real one, the way they wanted it.
Correct. Auburn is about to kick off, as is Georgia Tech. But we go to the phone lines, 803-404-6100. Kale is back with us. Update from Summerville and South Florence. Go ahead, bud.
What's up, guys? Calling from Memorial Stadium in Summerville, South Carolina, as we are still deadlocked at 0 at the end of 1. South Florence had driven down the field and gotten inside the 20 of Summerville, and a botched snap went all the way down to the 30, led to a missed field goal, and then Summerville was driving down the field inside the 25, and Amari Reeves for South Florence had a one-handed interception to give the Bruins possession, and that drive ended up stalling. Summerville now has the ball as the beginning of the second quarter as 3rd down and 17.
Oh, man.
So defense is in action right now.
I expected a defensive matchup, I think, between these two ball clubs. Physical matchup down there. Kale, we appreciate it, man. I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to getting that on-field interview with that coach at the end of this ball game, whomsoever it is.
Yeah, yes, of course. And you guys will be able to say that again?
Oh, I just tasked you with it and hope you can deliver. That's all.
Kale delivers. We don't call him the mailman for nothing.
I will definitely deliver. And if anyone wants to watch this game while they listen to the show, you can watch it live on Instagram on Savage College Football.
Look at you. That's a plug. That's
got a
Kale.
pen in that one.
That's Kale Wilson down in Summerville. We appreciate it, man. Look forward to hearing from you throughout the program. Gaffney is up 7-0 on JL Man. Camden is up 14-0 on Lugoff Elgin.
Camden is good.
Grayson Remp, an 82-yard touchdown pass.
Woo!
I haven't seen anything from Dutch Fork yet.
I will say, if there is an offense or a passing attack that's equipped to maybe try to get yourself back in this game, become a Vertex PT specialist comeback nominee, Lugoff Elgin showed they could last week. They have some weapons on the outside, but doing it against Camden is not something I would try to do.
AC Flora is now extra point pending. It is 20-0 as they missed the did they miss the extra point or did they make it? What was that signal?
That
They
was a
missed it.
sportsmanlike conduct penalty on the PATs.
And so we're going to try it again. It's 20-0, extra point pending. Malden is up 14-0 on Boiling Springs, your predecessor at Airport.
Yeah, Andre's getting it done. He's getting it turned around. Bowling Springs, Matt Reel's got a great program. I know they had a little bad blood. Andre's first year there, locker room issue, but it seems like it's going to be a good game tonight. White Knoll is down 6-0 right now to Sumter. Airport is down 14-0 to Aiken.
Scores that aren't shocking me. No offense.
And can't get a score on some other games, but I'm trying to scroll through Twitter.
Listen, Shane Fiddler was introduced to this last year, and he has hit the ground running. And now as an AD, he can just kind of sit in here with us for 4 hours when it's not
and have as much
season.
fun. Yeah, have as much fun as you want.
Look at that.
So last week was the first time in 17 years I went on the sideline. First time in 9 I went a head coach of a team. And I was living and dying by every play. The coaches were making, Bellum and them were making fun of me. They're like, look at you on this play. I'm like, man, I'm into it, man. I miss it. I miss out there that part of the game. Yeah. But, working at White Knoll, working for Nick Pearson, principal, probably the best principal in the state, in my opinion, and working with Nick Pelham, head coach. Him and I have a great relationship. It goes back a long way, and working in Lexington was just a great opportunity, and really excited for it. And I'm sitting here resetting this phone, waiting for a White Knoll touchdown.
Welcome to my world every Friday night during the fall. Jack Veltri updates us. Friend of the program.
Yes.
Jack
Fort
Veltri.
Mill legend, Jack Veltri.
Correct. That's how he enters every room.
Yes.
It's 7-6 York over the Fighting Jake Bentleys of Nation 4.
Oh, Jake Bentley might find himself in another one-score game. They lost a heartbreaker last week.
They did. Pillion's up 7-0 on the Caps of Columbia as well. That one from Chris Deering. Hopeful to hear from Chris tonight. Hopeful to hear from Lou tonight. We didn't hear from either of them last week because both the games they were at went to overtime.
Lou, he promised me on the early game this morning that he was going to give it his best effort to be able to join us.
Look at him not committing. That's so smart. That's so smart of him. Got a lot more scores coming. That's the end of hour number 1, jam-packed. We come back. Hour 2 of the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission coming up on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission. It's hour number 2 on a Friday night. It's August the 29th, but it feels like September the 29th outside, which is nice. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell, Shane Fiddler with you on a Friday evening. We got football kicking off on the screens up top. It's college football, and 2 good matchups on a Friday. You don't get those very often. We got high school football all over the place. We're high school footballing everywhere.
Yes. We're drinking through a water hose right now, or a fire hose.
Yeah, if you're drinking through a water hose, it's manageable. The fire hose is
manageable, not sanitary.
Depending on your source of water,
which I can vary from principality to principality.
Correct. And last week we launched a new segment on the program called the Ellie Faith Fighter of the Night. And this, again, if you're unaware, is named in honor of my niece, Ellie Faith, who fought courageously against DIPG for right around 2 months. She was 6 years old, and getting to watch her fight every day left an impression on me and always will. Of course, she finished her battle with DIPG about a month ago, and in order to honor her, we decided that we were going to work with the organization Meaningful Play and Ollie Otter, who, again, will be in studio.
Let's go.
Very, very soon. He works with children who are facing difficult situations like that, whether it's childhood cancer or other pediatric illnesses. And so what we want to do every week, Coach, I don't know if you'd even heard this yet, what we want to do every week is we want to honor someone in our area that is dealing with this situation, the child and their family, because folks, we need to remember and we need to keep our priorities in order, even in the midst of football season. We get wrapped up in the A block and fitting your gaps and all this other stuff and catching footballs. This is what's most important. And then later on tonight, we'll pick an on-field fighter of the night, a player of the night, so to speak. All of that in honor of Ellie Faith. So let's go ahead and hit that button, Mr. Campbell, so we can get to our off-field fighter of the night.
We're recognizing true fighters every week. It's time to name the Ellie Faith Fighter of the Night.
All right, this is our off-field fighter of the night. I got the story. Want to thank our friend Mr. Otter for sending me this one.
It's full government name.
It's correct. That's his government name. Eleanor Ellie Bassett is a fun, spunky, loving little 3.5-year-old girl whose life has been shaped by both courage and joy. She was diagnosed with Ring 14 syndrome, a rare chromosomal disorder, when she was just 9 months old, and she started having uncontrolled seizures. Despite countless hospital visits, medication trials, and the challenges that come with unpredictable seizures, Ellie continues to inspire everyone around her. She loves dogs, swimming, dancing, Wednesday Addams, and Stitch. And she always faces the world with a smile. This December, Ellie will welcome her very own Seizure Alert service dog, a furry teammate who will help keep her safe and give her even more independence. Ring 14 syndrome is an extremely rare genetic disorder caused by changes to the 14th chromosome. One of its most difficult effects is refractory epilepsy, where seizures remain frequent and hard to control even with powerful medicine and strict diet. Ellie has maxed out or failed most medications before the age of 4 and participates in 8 therapies a week. Her family lives in constant uncertainty, but also have the incredible privilege to have immense gratitude for the everyday, and they continue to praise God on both the good days and the bad days. By sharing Ellie's journey today, we hope to raise awareness of Ring 14 and shine a light on the resilience of children like her, true fighters whose spirit is as unbreakable as their smiles. I love her name, first of all. Let me just put that out there. I love her name.
Very fitting.
Ellie, you're awesome. I want you to know that. You're awesome. Your parents are awesome. You guys are in our thoughts. You're in our prayers. If you want to support Ellie, by the way, go to bonfire.com/store/pause for Ellie. It's a really cool website, guys. It's got a ton on it, and it's a lot of sweatshirts, comfortable colors, purple, pink, red, white, really cool stuff because she loves dogs. And so if you want to support Ellie in her fight against Ring 14 syndrome, you can do that there. Ellie Bassett, I had to be careful there. Ellie Bassett is our Ellie Faith off-field fighter of the night.
Love it.
That's awesome.
She's killing it.
She's doing great. She's doing great. I'm keeping up with her story because it's just so interesting. The names are similar, and really appreciate Ollie Otter sending us this and sending us these stories every week. My favorite segment of the night. No offense to the football. I love it. I
More
love every bit
important
of it.
than the football.
Certainly more important than the football. I have a hard time segueing out of that. but we'll try to do that. There's Auburn and Baylor are kicking off in Waco. Things are going to get weird in Waco.
It's going to get really weird.
Colorado and Georgia Tech are kicking off. Georgia Tech is one of my picks to play for an ACC championship this year.
That was my pick every year that, whatever show I'm on, we pick a team that is not in the AP top 25 that will finish in the top 25, and you get points for how many rankings in the top 25 they get. So 1 point for 25, 2 for 24, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
On the early game, we made our picks. Mine was Georgia Tech this year. It was between them and Utah. It was really close. I lost some sleep on that, but I settled on Georgia Tech.
Utah's a solid pick. By the way, those two teams, Colorado and Georgia Tech, technically share a national championship. What year?
Would that be 1991?
90.
Oh!
91 was Washington, wasn't it? And somebody else, they split it?
We had a couple of splits. Is Deion Sanders' headset gold?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Jeez. All right,
Brent Key's probably looking at him across the sideline yelling, "Run the ball!"
Probably. I think Georgia Tech is going to run the ball. Tick, 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 tick tonight. And then Auburn, they just kicked off. Georgia Tech's getting the ball first. The Haynes King experience starts now. And Auburn is kicking off to Baylor to begin that game. Fury's better win this ball game.
It's disappointing that we have college football on a Friday. Friday should be sacred for high school football.
I agree with that statement, sir. I agree with that statement. And in heart and mind, I agree with you. But when I've got two games like this, I'm going to allow it today.
Oh, yeah, we're going to enjoy what's on TV in front of us. But this is the Big Ten's fault. They started this.
Yes, they started.
Well,
and now the NFL is following suit. So, and they are a little more nefarious because they're putting a game on next Friday.
Let's think about the NFL last year. They put games on during the college football playoff.
Well, they don't care.
Yeah, we all got to work together. It's a game of football. We got to work together. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We don't need to get it in line.
Well, the problem is the NFL doesn't respect the fact that the college game supplies their players.
Oh, they've had a free farm system.
And remember how great Thursday night college football games were? Ole Miss, South Carolina. You get to
those are good ball games.
Matty Ice, Virginia Tech,
Kentucky, and South Carolina in 2008. Was that 2008?
Yes,
sounds right.
That's one of my favorite games as a student at Carolina.
Didn't South Carolina start a season on a Thursday night at NC State?
They did against Russell Wilson
and Mike Glennon. Both
both
gentlemen threw a pass in that game.
And the first game of the Steve Spurrier era was a Thursday night. College game day was here. Lee Corso put on the headgear, said South Carolina wouldn't win the SEC in 400 years. And then South Carolina, first play of the game, I think, or first drive, Blake Mitchell threw a beautiful post route. I can't remember who caught that
Independence Bowl MVP, Blake Mitchell.
Wando quarterback coach, Blake Mitchell. Beautiful ball. He threw a beautiful football.
He did. And one of the last quarterbacks to have that cage-style face mask.
Correct.
They don't make him like that.
The Peyton Manning?
The Peyton Manning, yes.
He was a dog.
They literally don't make them anymore. I see the catalog.
They literally
of the football gear. It's literally not an option. Lower Richland's up 14-0 on Spring Valley. Clinton 12-0 on Lawrence. Burns 12-7 on Irmo.
Yeah, apparently Burns returned a kickoff for a touchdown. Irmo took the lead going up 7-6 and then immediately gave up the lead on the kickoff.
Immediately. How about this one? I've got this one as well. Who in here said Hartsville was done? It's 35-23.
What a game.
I mean, I hope you like points. I like points.
I love points.
And they kicked it off at 7. I don't know if you saw the big Twitter debate this week about what time high school football games should start.
I don't have for someone who has a preference on week 1 and week 0 conversation. I don't know if I have a preference.
Back in the early days of my career, games were at 8 o'clock.
I'm so glad that's not the case.
They switched it to 7:30, and we've slowly been trickling to 7 o'clock. So I think it's preference. People say we made more money when the games were 8 o'clock. That's also there was less to do.
Yeah.
So people were coming to the game. So
can confirm.
But what people don't understand, the people that want the 8 o'clock start is when you're the head coach, that extra 30 minutes, you got to find something for those kids to do, and you got to supervise them. Mm-hmm. You got to get more snacks, more food, spend more, whatever it may be. So, people don't think of that. They think, I'd like to start at 8 o'clock. It's easy for me to get to the game. That's right. But now what about the supervision of the kids?
Right, exactly. River Bluff has scored. It's now 10-0. Let's go to the phone lines, 803-404-6100, making his season debut, his 2025 debut. It's Roger on the phone lines. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I got two-part school. 82. I'm not 82, but they're my old seats. Swansea net second quarter. Auburn Prep 7. Andrew Jackson net second quarter. I got a shout out to UFC Ganoia Sellers. Sunday game against Virginia Tech. I think Virginia will get 3 touchdowns at 250 yards and a win.
All right, 3 touchdowns, 250 total yard.
A win.
Total yards or in the air?
In the air.
All right, 250 through the air for Lenora Sellers.
And a win.
And a win. That's the most important thing.
Most importantly, yes.
Most importantly, a win. I'll give you my. I gave my thought. Thank you, Roger. Appreciate that. Denmark Oler 6, Swansea nothing. Orangeburg Prep up on Andrew Jackson 7-0. Both of those in the second quarter. That's spicy. 250 yards in the air for Lenore's. I almost said tomorrow. Look at that. Shame on me thinking. Shame on me thinking college football should be played on a Saturday. How dare I? Even on a spectacular weekend like this, I'm telling you, if you get 250 through the air, look out.
How cool is it the Gamecocks are playing in one of these preseason bowl games? At least that's what they used to call it in the 90s.
Preseason bowl games.
You know
yeah.
what they used to call
It's a preseason bowl game.
You know, the neutral site games?
Yeah, I think for what it's worth, I think it's just the anticipation and the hype of this team. And again, as a lifelong fan, that scares the bejesus out of me. Truthfully, it just does. I think it's cool. Now, South Carolina's got to reverse the conversation. It was the Georgia Dome, right? RIP. Still should be standing for what it's worth. But their last couple times in Atlanta have not gone well in that pro stadium.
This is a new year.
I understand. I'm just saying this is the year to reverse the trend because it has not
Peach
gone
Bowl,
well.
Lattimore getting hurt, SEC championship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And before that, there were a couple of others. And then, of course, just the neutral site games in general. Thank goodness it's in Charlotte.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I'll say about that. And you're not playing Virginia or North Carolina.
Northwestern tied it up 14-14 against
that.
Ridgeview, and Stratford's up 7-0 on Daniel.
BHP is up 14-0 on Guerrero. Batesburg-Leesville is up 28-0 on Wagner-Sally at the end of the first quarter. Go ahead and pack it up. Head to Sheely's.
Call it a night.
Call it a night.
I told you, Vertex PT Specialist comeback candidate of the night was easily Northwestern. Saw them go down 2 scores. I'm like, yep, I like their chances of at least making this thing competitive. They will not go away quietly.
This from Twitter, the artist formerly known as Twitter. Airport at the end of the first quarter trails Aiken 28-0. That's just a objective report. Carry on.
28-0.
Carry on.
Whew.
Carry on. AC Flora is now up 27-0. Charlie Scott with another touchdown catch.
Roperwinski, another touchdown pass.
Extra point pending.
His first 4 passes were completed for 92 yards.
He's good.
Mm-hmm.
Video game good.
Like, there you go. Video game.
Good at multiple sports as well. He's a great baseball player.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
See, have your kids play more sports.
That's important.
Be well-rounded. Play multiple sports. Get different skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
Work on different elements of your game.
14-0 Gaffney over JL Man. It's a scoop and score for Gaffney. It's 14-0 at JL Man, I believe. Berkeley, the Stags.
The Fighting Chris Deerings.
The Fighting Chris Deerings are up 15-12 on Winter Park. Winter Park is out of Florida. That's the second game of a home-and-home between those two ball clubs. Woodruff 10, Fountain Inn 7. That one is going to the second quarter. Blythewood leads Midland Valley 20-6. That one's at Midland Valley. York up 14-6 on Nation Ford. Thank you to Jack Veltri for that one. Fairfield Central up on Union County 13-0. Fort Mills leading their ball game 14-7.
Wow,
South Florence 7-0 over to Green Wave right now.
There it is, South Florence.
Someone had to strike first.
Bishop England 30-0 over St. John's. Pelion 14-0 over Columbia.
Corey Helms got it rolling down there at Pelion, I think.
Pelion, sleeping giant?
Question mark?
Maybe.
Liberty.
They're not that far removed from a region championship.
They are not.
I think 2020 or 2021 won a region championship. Yep.
2020. It was 2020.
And then a playoff game as well.
That's my first year here on this program. And I wasn't in the studio. That was when we were at home.
That was 5 years ago.
I'm fully aware.
How?
I don't know.
I blinked. What happened?
Liberty's up 35-8 on Southside. Again, this is all via Twitter, folks. If you love it. Oh, by the way, there's a player from Baylor that is literally pouring blood.
Ooh, you don't want. That's one thing with blood you don't want to be doing.
It's all over his face. It's bad. Yeah, AC Flora up 28-0. That was a 4th down, by the way, but that touchdown pass was thrown.
White Knoll takes the lead, 7-6. 7 minutes left in the second quarter.
Our White Knoll Timberwolves.
It's not for everyone.
They're my hometown team, guys.
Put your Wolves up.
They're my hometown team. Broome leads Chesney 21-12. Colorado leads Georgia Tech 7-0.
Ooh, that was quick.
That was a turnover for Georgia Tech, I do believe.
Burns 18-7 over Irmo, 10-12 left in the second quarter.
Ooh. Okay, that's a comeback alert, though. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yep. Vertex PT specialist, you're on alert.
Keep an eye on that. Irmo's got talent. What does that say about? Okay, real quick. We got to get a break here soon. Burns had a rough year last year, playing on the road the entire season. Yep. They get a win over T.O. Hanna and Irmo to open this season. What does that say about the level of play at Burns from year to year, and what they can do this year in the upstate?
Reggie does a great job.
Oh, Reggie's one of the best coaches in the state.
But I think what it says is last year they didn't play with a very experienced group, and they got that experience. They took those bumps, they took those bruises, and it's paid off. They had a motivated off season. I think part of that was they were getting that brand new, beautiful facility. That definitely helps spark. And then you get to open it. You have the intensity of opening up. You beat a great team in T.L. Hanna, and now you get another great team, and they're just riding that momentum wave right now. So as long as they keep that going, they can stay healthy. They can have a great season.
We will come back on the other side and hear from Coach Perry Parks. His team is up 10-0 right now. We talked to him yesterday. You'll hear that next on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell, and the head coach of the River Bluff Gators, Perry Parks, joins us on the program. Coach, you were at Ridgeview, and you went to UNC Charlotte, then got a chance to go to your alma mater at Coastal Carolina. Now you're back in South Carolina. What's it been like to get this program going again, and week one already under your belt?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me. First off, it's great to be back in this studio, man. It brings back all of positive memories, and the brand of high school football in the Midlands and state of South Carolina is awesome, and it's just awesome to be back. Thankful for the opportunity.
And of course, at a place like River Bluff, you all have an amazing facility. I think out of all the high school jobs that I think that are maybe untapped in terms of sleeping giants, River Bluff feels to me like a sleeping giant. You're just in a really tough region, but when you took this job, what were some things that you were really excited about getting to utilize here at River Bluff that you maybe don't have at other high schools?
Yeah, I think it starts at the top with our principal, Jacob Smith, and then our athletic director, Andrew Peckham, and their vision for success and what it's supposed to look like, along with the facilities and like our district administration in Lexington 1. Everything's aligned. We just got to get our kids to understand what our standard is and, build this thing from the ground up.
Looking back at week one, they all call it week 0, but we're on a campaign here.
Not around here.
We call it week 1 around here because you played a game, and you don't play a game in a 0 week. Last week didn't go as planned for you guys. Those who just look at the scoreboard, just look at the box score, or just hear us give the score on a Friday night, walk us through that game last week up in Rock Hill. What happened up there, and how can you guys recover and get better going into week 2?
Absolutely. Like we just started slow. Like that's the classic thing. Like you see it on the high school level, college level, NFL level. Like coaches try to motivate their teams to start fast, and it starts with me. I got to do a better job. But we came out, we threw a pick 6 to open the game up with. Like we're not good enough to spot anybody 7 points. So that's definitely not the way I dreamed it up for the debut coming back. But I was proud of our guys the way they settled in the second half, and a lot of teams could have laid down. Like we were losing like a good bit to 3, and we battled back, got it down to 2 scores. But we gave up a long kick return. We had a kid jump off sides. Then we gave up the return when we kicked it, when we had to re-kick, and then we gave that pick 6. That's 14 points right there that we can easily identify. So it's all fixable stuff. We were happy to get our quarterback back last week. He missed a big portion of the summer, so he kind of settled in the game in the second half, which is really good to see. Our offensive line was able to settle in later in the game, which is good. We're going to need those guys moving forward, but plenty of football ahead of us and a lot of stuff to correct going into this matchup this week versus BC, and we're excited about it.
Preston Thorne and I, on the early game, we've kind of coined our own term about the weird stuff that happens in an opening week, week one-iness, and that is, no one is immune to that, right? Nobody's immune to that. That stuff will just happen to start a game. For some, it's just more catastrophic, than others. But what kind of goes about getting 14 to 18-year-olds who may be nervous in that first type of game to be able to coach that out of them going into another game where it's another high-quality opponent, and you want to get yourself out of an 0-1 hole?
Yeah, I think on the high school level, it's more about the purity and having fun. Like I've been in the pressure cooker the last 5 years of college football, and we all know what that's like. Is win at all costs, and I understand that as part of the business. You put your big boy pants on and you deal with it, but here you got to have these guys fall in love with the game of football, and that's what we're trying to do at River Bluff. And for us, you go back and watch the film, it's pick 6, and I'm straight surrender cobra on the sideline with my headset. No, that's not what we drew up, but. They're kids, and they're going to learn, and they're going to make those mistakes, and it's our job to build them up and, just speak positivity into them and get ready for the next play.
Coach, you've come from the college ranks, but you come into what I would consider a JUCO level type region. This region is just insane. We call it the region of death, TM, trademark that. Going up against these guys every single week, you'll get into region play here soon. You had Rock Hill to open up on the road. You got BC to open up on the road, and then you'll get into region play with Chapin and Dutch Fork and Lexington and all the rest of them, and White Knoll down the road. How do you get your guys to understand, and a lot of them have been playing for River Bluff already, to understand that these games matter, but we're building toward that region schedule to deal with the playoff positioning?
Yeah, the way our bye is set up, we know clearly when we're getting into that region slate, and like you said, it said Irmo, Dutch Fork, White Knoll, Chapin, Lexington, there are no weeks off that second half of the season. And if we're playing our best ball and, we come out top 3 in that region, we're going to have a chance to make a run to the playoffs. And that's the way you got to look at it. You want to win your region. But you also want to be realistic, like, hey, we just need to finish in the top half of this sucker and get in the playoffs, and anything can happen. So want to get our guys healthy. We still got a lot of guys banged up, so want to be able to get into that region mark healthy and compete, and anything can happen when you get to the postseason in South Carolina high school football.
River Bluff head coach Perry Parks is on with us right now. And Coach, I mean, we talked about a lot of like the week one-iness, but what about your team has maybe been a little ahead of schedule at this point than when you first saw them, back when you first took the job? Where do you think they're maybe a little ahead of schedule when it comes to development with some players?
Yeah, I say we're really operational, which is really good to see. We're running college offense. We have checks. The quarterback's got to make himself right with some of the protection stuff. So just to see our guys operate and be able to, our second scrimmage with Northwestern go 80 yards down the field, and, we didn't punch it in, but just to see those guys operate versus, one of the top teams in the state of South Carolina, when the ones and when it's good versus good, I was like, man, this is pretty good stuff we can build on. But still, just understanding, how to play with a hard edge, how to be physically tough, how to be mentally tough. We're not there yet. We're going to get there, but that's something that, we see positivity, but we still got to keep building towards, a better foundation.
Let's look toward tonight's football game. Brooklyn Casey, two coaches who are at new spots, but two coaches who have extensive experience both at the college and the high school level between you and Lewis Clyburn. I'm looking forward to the offensive matchup that your offense is going to have with his and G.A. Mangus's offense at Brooklyn Casey. I want a track meet tonight, Coach.
Love those. Those are the best games to me.
I love those. I love them look good 50-48. You probably don't. But looking to a matchup like tonight where you're matching wits with those guys, and of course they are 4A, but I don't know if that matters at this point in the season. What do you guys need to execute tonight, and what are you looking at on the other sideline with BC?
Yeah, we definitely got to take care of the football. That's first and foremost. We got to do a better job winning first down. We're a big situational football team at River Bluff, and the numbers matter. We look at the analytics, and we didn't do a good enough job on first down, getting at least 3.5 to 4 yards on first down, as well as third down conversions. We didn't do a good job last week, so we got to do a much better job with that. And then we get in the red zone. We had to settle for 2 field goals. We want to score touchdowns in the red zone. On the other side of the thing, we got to slow those guys down. I know they got a really athletic quarterback. They have really good skill players. And Brooklyn Casey's always played hard-nosed football. So we got to match their intensity, and, we got to limit the points they score and definitely limit the explosives, the big plays with their offense. But we can do that, shore up some stuff with special teams. I'm excited for the matchup Friday night and can't wait to see our guys compete for sure.
One last thing. You were at Coastal Carolina, so I got to ask you this before we get out of here. You coached Jared Brown and the Gamecocks. I don't know if anyone knows this, but the Gamecocks play on Sunday. Breaking news.
Only 2 days away, but who's counting?
But who's counting? Less than 48 hours. What are you looking for from Jared Brown? What should Gamecock fans expect from him at the wide receiver position this year?
I think they should expect a breakout season. I've talked to Jared several times, a couple times this past week, and he's prone for a big season. He's definitely a workhorse, and he's probably one of the most electric guys I've ever coached with the ball in his hands. You guys saw glimpses of that last year, but probably more consistency. That's the one thing I've been preaching to him as more of a mentor figure now, not as coach, because Coach Fury has that handle. He's a hell of a receivers coach. So for me, it's just, more consistency. I'm sure that's the same thing JB would say. It's probably the same thing Coach Fury would say, and Coach Beamer. But I'm excited to see those guys compete, man, and hopefully he has a big year for the Gamecocks.
That is Coach Perry Parks from the River Bluff Gators, the Bluff, as they call it over on that side of town. We appreciate you joining us. There's a chill in the air in the morning, not in the afternoon, and we are full-fledged into football season. Thanks for coming on with us,
Thanks
Coach.
you guys for having me, man, and go Gators.
That was Coach Perry Parks yesterday, Elijah. My days are... That was a question mark at the end of that. I'm Ron Burgundy. It's fun having those coaches stop in the middle of the week just to get an idea, glimpse into what they're thinking. Some of the best answers are given when the record button isn't being pressed.
Yes.
But that's neither here nor there. Coach, you know a little bit about that. Really quick, Georgia Tech can't hold on to the football. It's 7-0 Colorado.
3 turnovers in the first 3 drives.
Auburn can't move the football. Shocking. It is 3-0 Baylor, making my 10-win prediction for the Tigers not looking too great right about now. That's all right. AC Flores up 28-0 on Chapin. Malden and Boiling Springs tied at 14. Westwood up 26-0 on Lakewood in the second quarter. How about this one? Our Darlington Falcons. It's 7-0 at the half.
Oh, and a dog fight. Hey, I mean, if they go to 2-0, it's a pretty solid start.
Yeah.
You like where you're going.
Over the Fighting
Staying
Benji
in the
Nortons.
undefeated club.
Over the Fighting Benji Nortons of North Myrtle Beach. And the Fighting Tommy Moody's are having a whale of a game. It's 28-0. Wilson Hall leads Northside Christian 42-0 at the half. Abbeville was down 10. No, they were tied at 10. They lead 16-10 now as they make their way toward halftime. It's halftime at Carolina Forest. Remember when Carolina Forest was up big?
I do. I'm old enough to remember that.
Yeah. It's 35-26. Carolina Forest still leads, but it's a 9-point ball game.
Vertex PT Specialist has their eyes on them. That's a comeback alert.
Remember when Ridgeview was up by 2 scores?
Ah, yes. Old enough to remember that, too.
Northwestern now trailing 21-14.
Oh, yeah, that Vertex PT Specialist comeback alert is now officially in full effect.
It was 14-14, but there was a pick six by Ridgeview, 42-yard pick six. So that is now a 21-14 ball game. Ridgeview leading that.
Ridgeview's quarterback's out for the rest of the game, according to Twitter.
Not a good development if you're a Ridgeview Blazer. Aner leads St. James 19-12. Pillion leads Columbia 21-0. A 72-yard touchdown pass from Alan Moore extends the Pillion Panther lead. Burns was up 18-7. It is now 18-14. Dre Dobson to Jay Eady.
It's a familiar name for me. It was my quarterback last year.
I was about to say, Jay Eady is a very familiar name. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Transferred to Irmo and playing wide receiver there. He's athletic. Put it that way.
Say the least.
He is athletic. Yeah, Trey Howard out for the game. That according to Shane Fiddler moments ago and according to our buddy Chris Miller on Twitter. You'll be able to hear Chris on Sunday.
Pillion 21-0.
Spartanburg leads 21-17 over Dutch Fork. Do you hear that? Do you hear that kind of silence in the room? Spartanburg leads Dutch Fork 21-17. I don't know how that happened.
Great football.
The great football. No question about that.
Two great coaches going at it. Two highly respected men in our state.
I love that they play that game.
Well, Knott's always says Coach Hodge will always play me, so he'll always play that game. Not a lot of people will play Dutch Fork.
No one wants to play him. And I think Coach Jenkins hit on this. We had Corey Jenkins earlier, head coach at Dreer, former Gamecock, always a Gamecock. And he talked about that. I'm so tired of teams just not wanting to play other teams.
Well, we live in a world now where the wins and losses are so amplified by, shows like this and social media and everything.
I'm not calling for anyone's job.
No, but you aren't. But someone at the school may be, et cetera. So these people are all. And the COVID era really changed the idea of who to play and when, because it'd be week by week, and people would come down with COVID, and you'd be finding new games. I have great experience with that. We get great stories from, you've played your 3 different opponents in a week, and it's just gotten to that point, and it makes it hard. And that's one of the reasons the high school league went to the big regions, like we talked about earlier. We talked about how tough these big regions are, but that's just less games you got to schedule.
Sure. What does it instill in your kids is my point when you're saying, we're not going to play that game.
Yes.
It is 35-0 AC Flora with 8:56 to go in the second quarter. Chapin lost a lot. Brady Albro's no longer there. Coach Fury's kid is over at Dutch Fork now. So they lost a lot. There's no question about that. But hard times up in Chapin.
White Knoll Wolves 14, Sumter 6.
Again, coming off of a rough game last week, that'd be a bounce back and a half right there.
That would.
It's just seen the film room this week.
Hey.
And also, Camden's good.
It's not for everyone.
It's not for everybody. Camden's a good team.
See what Camden's doing tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, I think last I saw, they're up 21-0 on Lugoff Elgin, who scored points left and right on Lower Richland last week.
Right. Mountain View Prep up 23-0 in their ball game, according to Twitter. Looking for a few more here. Nation Ford is driving, trying to get back in that ball game.
The Fighting Jake Bentley's.
Taking on the Jack Veltri, the pride of Rock Hill.
Bishop England's in a running clock in the second quarter over St. John's.
That's because they're the battling Bishops.
Northwestern just tied it up at 21.
Ooh, that one.
That happened fast.
Game on. Yeah.
It's a really good football game.
I did not expect that one to be a very good football game, to be honest with you.
I didn't either.
I figured Northwestern would bring their chainsaws and cut some wood tonight.
I mean, not splattering level, but
BC and River Bluff trading interceptions.
Ooh, I love a good pick fest.
Yeah.
you're getting that. You're getting turnover fest in Georgia Tech and Colorado, and Auburn's offense is so bad. Jackson Arnold with a little scamper.
They're just catching their strides. First game.
Yeah.
Week one-iness.
Week one-iness. I love that. I love that terminology.
The biggest gains you see from your team is from that first game and that second game. That's where you're gonna see your biggest strides throughout the season. So there is a week one-iness factor that you can see, and you're probably seeing it in some of the scores you're seeing tonight in high school football. Right? You're seeing some teams that may not have performed well last week that are putting something different on the scoreboard this week, and that's because of the growth.
Oh yeah. Week 1 to week 2. Notice it's week 1 to week 2, not week 0 to week 1. Just want to put that out
game
there.
1 to game 2. Let's go with that. Game 1 to game 2.
You're going to talk about week one-iness because this is a true week 1 for Dutch Fork. Dutch Fork only up 17-14 on Spartanburg right
Scratch that. Spartanburg's leading.
Whoa, wait, what? This tweet I just read was from 3 seconds ago.
You were taking, I got one that says 21-17 Spartanburg.
Oh, wow. Well, that changed rather quickly.
Yeah. You were talking to somebody.
Oh, man.
When I was updating that one.
Dang it.
Stratford,
live radio.
Stratford just scored to go up 14-0 on Daniel. I think Stratford is one of the most underrated teams in 5A. They got a quarterback committed to Liberty. They got one of the most productive running backs in the state that moved in from another school. Tight end, they got a big old outside linebacker that's got a lot of interest from schools. I think they're underrated, a team to watch out for in 5A this year.
I like that. Stratford is a good ball club. Fort Mill leads Chester 14-7.
The Fighting Jack Veltries over at Fort Mill.
The Edisto leads Blackville Hilda 6-0. Thank you, Chris, on the Twitters. By the way, you can tweet at us at Justin B. Hall at @E_Campbell3. I have that memorized. Like phone numbers back in the day. No, I have it written down. Just in case I
was
forget.
honored for like 5 whole seconds.
That's fine. I mean, when I type in @ and E on Twitter, you usually come up within the first 3.
It just pops up anyway.
That's
7-7 Somerville, South Florence. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
7-7.
Oh, see that one. I'm excited to hear the Kale report.
Yeah, I am too. That's gonna be solid. We had targeting in the Auburn Baylor game. Maybe.
Here's a surprising score. Cane Bay 17, Ashley Ridge 0 at halftime.
Ooh, that is intriguing.
A shocker in the Chuck tonight.
And local game, North Augusta 17, Lexington 0. For those out there who don't know, Lexington's center is a junior, and he's the brother of the quarterback. He's a freshman. Easton Crocker and their dad, Justin Crocker, is the O-line coach. That's a really cool story.
That is a really cool story.
And Easton Crocker won Lower State 5A Offensive Player of the Week last week, coming in the second half and leading them, the Wildcats back over Gilbert.
Yeah, in a rivalry game that had a delay and week one-iness.
Maybe one of the weirder games that we had to start the season.
Well, White Knolls was too. They had a 24-hour halftime.
It was.
They don't see that happen often.
We moved the game up from Friday to Thursday to avoid weather.
Don't remind me.
And at halftime, a storm appears over the Pelion-Gaston area and knocks us out for the rest of the night. And then we had to come back the next night and finish the game when it was originally scheduled, and there was no weather.
Holy irony, Batman.
Yeah.
I gave a lot of ADs a hard time last week about that. Of course, not you. Present company excluded, of course. I did. Full disclosure, I did text Fiddler on Thursday night. Like, see, why'd you move?
Something to remember is
I'm kidding.
Well, not a lot of people think about is when you have metal bleachers, and if you got lightning popping off, and
that's a problem.
You got thousands of people in the stands.
That's a problem.
Emergency action plan is really tough. Where do you send the kids that don't have a vehicle to go to, that were dropped off by their parents, right? You got to manage all that. Not a lot of people think of that, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And then there's a lot of things when you move a game, you got to get, there's probably 50 people working the game that you got to now get coordinated.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got people calling and say, I bought tickets for Friday. Game's not Friday. I can't make it now. I want a refund. And you got to, deal with that. And it's a lot that goes into the logistics of all this.
To be fair, Thursday night football is nice for those of us who work on Friday nights.
That's right.
To go to a game. Or we have the opportunity to go to a game.
I think you're going to see a lot of that week 10 because week 10, that Friday night's Halloween.
There's a lot of Thursday football.
People moved.
Airport and BC are on that Thursday for sure.
And they're playing on TV that Thursday. Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yep. So you're going to see a lot of games move to 30th.
Not fun for me. I don't like. I mean, full disclosure, I'm an airport grad and I'm a Hammond apologist. I don't like when my alma mater loses specifically to the rival that I never saw them lose to in my time there.
And you're a White Knoll resident.
And I'm a White Knoll resident, which means I'm not I don't like when they lose either. Kale is on the phone lines, giving us that update from Somerville on the ground. He is on the ground at Somerville, surviving, doing well. He's going to hit Raising Cane's after the game's over.
Yes.
Kale, what you got for us?
You know what? You were actually right. I think I will hit Raising Cane's after this game. That sounds amazing right now.
You should.
Yeah, I think I should too. So we are still deadlocked, but we're not scoreless. We are deadlocked at 7 at halftime. Remember how I said Amari Reed from South Florence had an interception in the first quarter?
Yes.
He's averaging an interception per quarter as he now had an interception in the second quarter, all the way at the 25 of Somerville, which set up a Messiah Jackson 3-yard touchdown run. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, Javen Williams for Somerville broke off a 40-yard touchdown run to knot it up at 7. South Florence would then just take 2 knees to run the clock out, 2 going to halftime, deadlocked at 7.
So,
a lot of interceptions. I mean, anytime you're on pace to pick off 4 passes, who was that again? Give me the name, so I want to include that for fighter of the night.
Amari Reed.
Amari Reed.
He's committed to Anderson, but I think he needs a couple bigger schools looking at him for how he's performed today.
Middle Tennessee State Blue Raiders can be watching. Keep note, Derek Mason.
Hey, don't hate on the Trojans of Anderson.
Not your thing, but
don't hate on the Trojans of Anderson. KO, we appreciate it. Looking forward to that second half. Should be a good one.
Thank you guys so much.
What a ball game. I knew it would be a good one. Somerville and South Florence, 2 of the best programs in the state right now. Auburn, Jackson Arnold with a dart.
That was actually a really good pass.
Jamie Bradford update. Hanahan 14, Wando 14.
No, look at that. Jamie Bradford's texting me right now, by the way. You might want to give him a call back. I'll just throw that out there. It's 3-0 Baylor over Auburn, and Georgia Tech is driving on Colorado, but they just threw an interception. Am I seeing that right? In the end zone? Jeez, almighty.
They threw an interception in the end zone?
Georgia Tech's turning the ball over like 4. It's in style. And meanwhile, AC Flora, by the way, because it is the TV game here in the Midlands, so I can tell you that it's 35-0 still in the second quarter. Halftime in the upstate, Northwestern 21, Ridgeview 21. Blazers get the second half kickoff. We've reached halftime over in Sumter. It's 14-6 White Knoll at halftime. Northwood Academy leads First Baptist 28-10. Ben Lippen and Trinity Collegiate tied at 7 at the half. Rebels had 4 plays inside the 4, and on 4th and goal from the 2, Irmo gets the stop with 1:51 to go in the half. Another game we're keeping an eye on there as well. So we got plenty of action all across the state. By the way, you know we haven't touched on yet, and we're going to have to do this after the break, Mr. Campbell. We haven't talked about the Undefeated Club yet.
We haven't.
It is a real thing. Mm-hmm. It's official. Our bouncer's not here.
He's not because the Undefeated Club is just so damn busy right now. Because there's so many people there. Like the fire marshal's involved. Because after week 0, air quotes, there are a lot of people that are 1-0. Right? It's a very crowded club right now.
How can you be 1-0 after a 0 week?
See, yeah, try to explain that to the kids. We're supposed to be academic institutions here.
Correct.
Whatever happened to student athletes?
Yeah, Fiddler.
The place is absolutely crowded, shoulder to shoulder. It's hot. It's sweaty in there. Ed Bird's got his work cut out for him, so he's dealing with the Undefeated Club right now. We'll tell you who all is in that club because it is a long, long, long list.
It is a long list. We'll hit that one here in just a moment. I'm looking for a few more scores if I can find them. As we refresh, I'm not even looking at my scoreboard yet. I'm just looking at Twitter. So if we're missing a game that you're at, give us a call. 803-404-6100 is where you can get us on the phone lines. Carolina Forest now up 42-26 over Hartsville. Gaffney 21, JL Man nothing. That one at the half. Westwood leads Lakewood 35-0 in the second quarter. I have another Fighter of the Night nominee. Let me write this down. Angelo Rios for Westwood has 4 touchdowns on the night.
He's a good player. We coached against him last year. He's a good player.
Angelo Rios, 4 total tutties so far tonight for Westwood, the Warhawks of Westwood. Catawba Ridge trails Dorman 23-0 at the half.
Ooh, Dorman back.
Visiting Copperheads get the second half kickoff, by the way, but they trail again 23-0. I can confirm that Jackson Arnold just threw a dart, and it is 7-3 Auburn.
A lot of credit to Baylor's coaching staff because Auburn tried to run a trick play to steal a 2-point conversion, and the Baylor kids were ready for it. So that means they went over some scenarios there in the preseason because it's not on film.
A 12-play, 96-yard drive took 5.5 minutes off the clock as a 24-yard touchdown run. Jackson Arnold counted for, quick math, 69 yards on that 96-yard drive.
Nice.
For the
and
Auburn Tigers.
that came after Baylor went for it on 4th and goal and didn't get it.
Correct.
Classic case of going from the shotgun.
Waco.
3 or 4 yards or less.
Gets wacko and Waco. We'll take a break. We'll come back, wrap up hour number 2 of the Scoreboard Show right here on The Game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell, Shane Fiddler with you on Fiddler Friday. It's week 2 of the high school slate. I'm going to back off of my week 1, week 0 conversation. I think I'm going to let it go for a little bit. I think I'm going to let it go.
I mean, we only get like 2 weeks a year to really hammer it home.
That's true. But we're over halfway through the show now, or close to it. I'm ready to hang it up for now. So
and bring it back out next year because we're going to play the same charade.
100%.
Less than 365 days from now.
By the way, we had Roger call earlier. It's like Cheers. So
right.
Everybody knows your name.
Back.
Willie's back on the phone lines. What you got for us, Willie?
Hey, what's happening? 107.5 The Game, the radio station with the best network of sports talk stations in the upstate, the PD, the Midlands, the Low Country.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say we just dominate sports, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's just keep it at that.
Yes, sir.
That's the way it is. Can I get an amen, brother?
Amen.
All right. Hey, Louisville leading now over Hunter Kennard Tyler 12-0. Hampton County, the newly formed Hampton County, formerly Estill and Wade Hampton, they're now leading 34-0 over Allendale Fairfax. And in Skeezer League, Calhoun Academy 21 over Greenwood Christian 0.
That's a 3-score update from Willie. If we're keeping track at home, he and Roger will have a running gamut for the next 12 or so weeks. We appreciate it, Willie.
Might as well have a duo with my buddy Roger.
Yes, there you go.
This
There you
battle
go.
is not for the faint of heart.
No,
Willie
it's not.
brought it.
The battle between
That's
Willie
right.
and Roger is not for everybody.
That's right, like White Knoll football.
Keep that in mind.
And
Willie-
by the way,
Yeah.
go Clemson beat LSU because the real Tigers is in southeastern Pickens County, not East Baton Rouge Parish. And go Gamecocks beat Virginia Tech. Let's have an early Thanksgiving.
Oh, I love the statriotism.
Okay, that's a lot of statriotism. Thank you, Willie. We appreciate it. So Willie
You're
is
welcome.
picking Pickens Tech to take care of Louisiana State this weekend. That's tomorrow night, 7:30. My household stops for 2 different football teams. That's one of them.
Yeah, you're
Upstate.
truly a house divided.
Yeah,
you
we are.
see a lot of the house divided license plates, and it's teams that aren't rivals. It's
truly
just,
real.
You're just 2 different fan bases that married into
Alabama and
household.
Florida. There are
Right.
2 different houses in my neighborhood that have that Alabama-Florida split thing.
Okay, come on.
It's weird.
Come on.
Got a lot of Florida fans in my neighborhood, by the way.
You don't play in the same. You don't play every year. Like
I know.
you're in the same
You
conference.
might.
You might.
Doubt it.
Rarely. I
Doubt
mean,
it.
It all depends on how the schedule shakes out. But you truly live in a split household.
I do, and it's fun. I do, and it's fun. Of course, I watch Clemson all the time anyway. I mean,
Right. I mean, that's
They're a really
part of
good
what-
football
it's
team,
Part of what we
and-
do. I mean, that's
yeah. I mean, I'll watch them. I don't care. I don't like that they win a lot, but that's beside the point. All right. So that's the update from Willie. We've got to, because I missed it last week. I really did. I missed it. Not that I didn't catch it, but I just missed it. It is the Undefeated Club. It returns in 2025. Mr. Campbell, go ahead.
That's right. Because that's why Ed Bird's not here tonight, because he is too busy trying to clear that situation up. There's a lot of folks over in that Undefeated Club. So we'll start in 6A. Easley, Hillcrest, Boiling Springs, Burns, Dorman, Eastside, Riverside, Catawba Ridge, the Fighting Jack Veltries at Fort Mill. Welcome to the Undefeated Club. I don't think I said their name all year last year during this bit. Indianland, Northwestern, Rock Hill, Irmo, Lexington, Blythewood, Lugoff, Elgin, Ridgeview, Spring Valley, Sumter, Myrtle Beach. Now, of course, if you're 0-0, you're not in the Undefeated Club because you have to win a game first to be able to get entrance into said club. Still in 5A, Ashley Ridge is the last team in 5A. Now we'll go to 4A. Emerald, Fountain Inn, Wren, Daniel, Seneca, Travelers Rest, AC Flora, Camden, Aiken, Midland Valley, North Augusta, Bluffton, Hilton Head, May River. Now we go into 3A. Belton Honeypath, St. Joseph, Mountain View Prep, Woodruff, Newberry, W.J. Keenan. I don't think they were in this thing at all last year. So welcome to the club, Keenan. Silver Bluff, Swansea. Welcome back, Swansea. Loris, Marlborough County. Orangeburg, Wilkinson, the Fighting Willies. I think so. Chesney, now we're in 2A. Chesney, Landrum, American Leadership Academy. Welcome to the club for the first time. Pillion, Saluda, Strom Thurmond, Chester, Columbia. Eau Claire, the Fighting Jermaine O'Neills. Welcome to the Undefeated Club. I hope you can stay around. Avoid Ed Bird at all costs because he's kicking folks out left and right tonight. Central, Sherrall, North Central, Barnwell, Timberland, East Clarendon, Kingstree. And now we get into 1A. Abbeville, shocker. I think they're going to be staying around for a little bit. I don't think they'll see Ed Bird for a hot minute. Dixie, Ware Shoals, Whitmire, not McCormick, they're 0-1. Just kidding. They got ejected from the club pretty early. They were denied entry. They showed Ed Bird their ID, and he said, no Gatorade for you tonight, my friends. Hunter, Kiner, Tyler, Wagner, Sally, Bamberg, Earhart, Cross, Bethune, Bowman. This is all in 1A now. Carvers Bay, Johnsonville, Lakeview, Latta. And then in Skeeza, Porter Gowd, Ben Lippin, Pinewood Prep, Wilson Hall, Florence Christian, PD Academy, Greenwood Christian, Spartanburg Christian, Calhoun Academy, Dorchester Academy, Williamsburg Academy, Beaufort Academy, and the last 2 that are still hanging on, Lawrence Academy and W.W. King Academy. It is a very crowded room over at the Undefeated Club. The Gatorade is flowing. It's awfully packed. The fire marshal has been made aware of what's going on over there, and Ed Bird's going to be taking care of business tonight.
I got one score before we get out of here. Hour number 2 wrapping up on the program. I'm just going to put this out here. And you just take it for what it's worth. Hammond is hosting Pinewood Prep tonight. Pinewood Prep leads 9-7 at the half.
Oh.
Hour number 2 wraps up. Hour number 3 on the way. It's the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission. That's on the game right here.
Oh.
Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show, presented by Cottman Transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell, Shane Fiddler with you on a Friday night. It is Fiddler Friday. Been looking forward to this week.
What happened
June?
to our high school football movie songs?
That's true.
Oh, I finally got the imaging back.
So that's why.
I've been waiting to say all the right moves all night.
Yeah, well,
The greatest high school football movie of all time.
well, that's fair. That's fair.
Been
Let's-
waiting for it.
Let's go to the phone lines. We can't keep Roger waiting. Roger's on the line with us. What you got, Roger?
Yeah, I got two games score. Auburn Prep 14, Andrew Jackson, Earhart, Nutton, third, and my alma mater, Hancock Town 6, Louisville 12 up there in Louisville, in the middle third.
All right, Louisville up 12-6 on the Fighting Rogers of Hunter Kiner Tyler, and Orangeburg Prep up 14-0 on Andrew Jackson in the third quarter as well. We appreciate that, sir. A lot of action to get to. I mentioned before the break.
You can't have the Fighting Rogers get bounced from the undefeated club early. They're
No.
trying to dodge Ed Bird.
The Fighting Rogers were in the undefeated club for quite some time last year, if I'm not mistaken.
They were. They spent a lot of time there.
HKT was pretty good. All right, so we got scores to get to because things are happening on a Friday night. Is there any more apropos way to talk about high school football than just things are happening?
Things are happening, and they will continue to happen. So without further ado,
Can confirm. I need a thicker mustache.
yes,
There we go.
I just need to shave my beard.
It's true.
I got the chain on too. I could really sell it out if I wanted to.
Wilson Hall, the Barons lead the Crusaders of Northside Christian 49-6 in the fourth quarter. The Batesburg-Leesville Panthers are taking it to the War Eagles of Wagner Sally 43-0 at the half. The Aiken Fighting Green Hornets lead the Airport Eagles 38-0 at the half. Union County trails Fairfield Central 28-0 at the half. Newberry leads Mid-Carolina 35-0 at the half. Can you say blowout city? Spring Valley trails Lower Richland 21-2. Richland Northeast trails Crestwood 16-6. The Swamp Cats of Lawrence Manning trail Heathwood Hall 14-7 at the break. Ben Lippen and Trinity Collegiate tied at 7 at the break. Wilson over Gilbert 8-7 at the half. Pinewood Preparatory leads Hammond 9-7 at the half.
Upset watch.
The Gators of River Bluff lead Brooklyn Casey 10-0 at the half. North Central up on McBee. The Fighting Rick Henrys 27-13 at the half. I don't know if you have an update on this one. It says 14-6 White Knoll at the half.
Still is with 9 minutes to go in the third.
We can stick with that score. 17-0 North Augusta over Lexington. That game, I have it in front of me, just kicking off to start the second half. The Saluda Tigers leads the Ridge Spring Minetta Trojans 20-0 at the half. When you get done with that game, just go check out a movie. Irmo.
Right, drive-ins. They don't make those anymore.
No, they don't. The Big Mo. Irmo leads Burns 21-18 at the half. That's right. Burns trails Irmo 21-18.
Ooh, that was Vertex PT Specialist comeback watch.
Ridgeview Northwestern tied at 21 at the half. Spartanburg trails Dutch Fork. Ooh, careful. Dutch Fork leading that one 27-21
Dangerous
at the
game.
half. Pillion leads Columbia 27-8. That one's at the half. Of course, the scoreboard updates 28-6 Blythewood over Midland Valley at the half. AC Flora over Chapin 35-0, and Westwood over Lakewood 35-0. Let's go to the phone lines. Oh gosh, the battle ensues. This is
a duel.
Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Red Sox, Yankees,
Duke, North Carolina.
the Bulls, and the entire Eastern Conference during Michael Jordan's run. Let's go to Willie on the phone lines. Willie, you're up first. What you got? Willie has
Whoops.
nothing.
I accidentally pressed a button. Willie, call back.
Call back,
please.
Willie. That is unintentional. All right.
Yep.
So we're going to get a 5-yard penalty on Mr.
That's
Elijah
on me.
Campbell.
That's on me. There's
And-
some weak one-iness going on behind the soundboard right now.
Let's stay on the phone lines. Roger is next. Don't hang up on Roger. Roger, what you got?
Yeah, I was saying to make it late in the third, Edstone Cordovia played at home against Blackville, lead 14-0 late in the third, and I want to shout out to UC quarterback Lenore Sellers in the 12 games this year. I predict them get 20 touchdown passes at 3,500-yard pass.
All right. So Roger is laying down the gauntlet on predictions.
Yes.
He already said tonight that Lenore Sellers would have 3 touchdowns through the air and 250 yards through the air against Virginia Tech on Sunday. He's upping the gamut, 20 passing touchdowns and 3,500 yards. 28. Whoa.
28.
All right.
3,500 yards.
And 3,500 yards.
3,500 yards.
Woo.
I could win you a Heisman.
Thank you, Roger. That's an invite to New York.
That is.
That's an invite to New York. Thank you, Roger. We appreciate it. Now we go to Willie, who is going to be on the line when I say it.
Yes.
What you got for us, Willie?
Hey, how's it going? I was hearing you mention all those good teams. You forgot the ultimate Super Bowl showdown, Steelers and Cowboys from the years of Super Bowl 13, which my Steelers, the almighty black and gold, won. Anyway, all the way from the town of Byrd, South Carolina, by way of St. George and Dorchester County, the teams formerly known as St. George and Harleyville Ridgeville, now the Woodland High School Wolverines leading Colleton County 14-0 in the second quarter.
Woodland over Colleton County. I appreciate the backstory on former names and what the names are now, Willie. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. So Roger and Willie are doing it. Yes.
And one more thing, Roger. Let's keep doing it, man. We got to represent our territory.
There you go. That's true. That's so true. They're calling from the low country.
Willie, you forgot to say Carlton, formerly of Walterboro Ruffin namesake.
Exactly. The Bulldogs and the Patriots.
I met my wife at Colleton County High School.
Look at that. Look at that.
I worked there for 3 years.
Look at that.
And how about Calhoun County, formerly known as St. John's and St. Matthews High School?
Careful, careful. We're getting into territory here, man.
We're going to go down
It's
the road.
called a rabbit hole.
And by the way, he's from the low country. I'm from the Midlands.
That's fair.
The mighty Midlands.
The mighty Midlands. There it is. There it is. Willie, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And they're going to keep dueling all season.
Oh,
Just be aware that that's going to continue happening throughout the year.
Best parts of the show.
Usually.
Yeah.
Usually. I don't get the phone call that we used to get in about an hour from our buddy Gamecock Larry anymore.
Yeah.
I missed that. But
we'll always miss that.
That's true. So in honor of that, I'll let you know that the Gamecocks are going undefeated until 12-0 until they prove me otherwise.
Until proven otherwise.
By the way, Auburn leads Baylor 14-3, and they are running the ball.
Yeah, they are going full Brent Key on them right now. This is Hugh Freeze saw what happened. Oh, I did not stop.
All the right moves. I got 2 low country updates. Astor Ridge coming back on Cane Bay, 17-14 in the third, and Berkeley went to Florida today to play Winter Park, and that game just went final 31-24 Winter Park over Berkeley.
I think Winter Park won that game last year too, if I'm not mistaken.
So Fighting Austin Rivers is.
Oh no, excuse me, that's only at halftime, and I think that game's actually in Berkeley. I misread.
Oh, okay, there we go.
What a slugfest!
I know. How about this one? Caleb Renwick opens the second half with a pick 6. River Bluff leads Brooklyn Casey 17-0. And the debut for Lewis Clyburn over at Brooklyn Casey. Yeah, 31-24 Winter Park up at the half. I think Chris Deering hits on Twitter with that one. Northwestern leads Ridgeview 28-21. That one in the third quarter, obviously. 10:27 to go, just getting started.
They dug themselves a hole early.
They did a 20-yard touchdown pass on that one from Xavier Means to Jonathan Spurgeon for the touchdown. Swansea leads Denmark Oler 41-0, according to my.
Willie Fox deserves flowers for the job he's done at Swansea. I mean, they were over the year before he got there, and he has established this line of scrimmage-based offense and defense, and has really just built a culture of the weight room and just team atmosphere, and it's really grown, and it's really turned the program around.
It really has. And folks, I hate to divert, but I think at least for week 1, Auburn's got themselves a quarterback.
Well,
That's all I'm saying.
Throw the ball 6 times.
That helps. I mean, he's 4 for 6.
Auburn is deciding to
run the ball.
An hour ago on break, you had a different comment.
I was worried. I'm not so much right now, but again, this is college football where 18 to 21-year-olds determine my mental well-being.
Or now 21 to 24-year-olds.
Or 25 or 26. Rasul Faison.
He is 25 years old.
Rasul Faison is 25 years old. His freshman year of college, I believe, was the year I graduated college.
Yeah, his freshman year of college, I ended up graduating a year after you did. Yeah. I graduated December of 2019, and that was Rasul Faison's second year of college. Yeah. We are college contemporaries.
It's insane. I mean, what's it like to have a 25-year-old in your running back room in college?
Imagine an 18-year-old right out of high school trying to tackle him.
Trying to tackle someone who is only a year away from being taken off their parents' health insurance.
Not great, Bob.
Who could be at the end of his first NFL contract if he would
Yeah, exactly.
went out after his 3 years.
Exactly.
What's really funny is at South Carolina's media day for players, I asked a bunch of them, like, what was your welcome to big-time college football moment? And Devontae Miles had the funniest answer where he goes, yeah, my freshman year at Bowling Green, there was a guy who was a COVID senior. Guy had a wife and kids at home and just mauled me all day for my first practice.
Guy had a wife and kids.
He had a wife and kids at home.
Had a mortgage. Had everything.
Like the most,
That's a different level of
modern
commitment to being successful.
100%.
Goose Creek's up on Fort Dorchester 7-6 in the third quarter.
Ooh.
Close game.
Close game. Unexpected, in my opinion. How about this one from the college ranks? 9:05 to go in the fourth quarter. Tarleton State and Army are tied at 24.
Oh, yeah. The fall back to earth for Army is very real.
Agreed.
It's tough to maintain a recruiting base at the military academies, though, because
Genuinely.
yes,
Makes sense why there would be a little bit difficult.
you just got to have the right guy come through at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
And when they come through, you have a chance to win.
To run that triple option attack.
Which makes sense for, they can't recruit on the level everyone else can that they have to play, so it makes sense for them to do that. It gives them an advantage.
Yep. Touchdown Georgia Tech.
Run the ball.
Auburn with a 21-yard field goal. They lead 17-3 with 5.5 to go in the
big
first
stop
half.
for Baylor.
The Fighting Dow Loggins of Appalachian State, they lead Charlotte 17-3. That one at the half. That is the Duke Mayo kickoff game.
That one did not start off too hot for Dowell.
No, it did not, but they have turned the corner, to say the very least.
Robbie Ashford and Wake Forest down to Kennesaw State in the third quarter, 9-7.
Whew. They were up
Hooty-hoo.
7-0. Sudden change, 16-16, Abbeville's tied. York leads Nation Ford 14-6. Looking for a few more scores here that we can get to before we hit a break here in just a little bit. Coach, if you're looking at these games, we see some tight ball games, but we also see significant levels of blowouting right now. I'll put it that way. We're not at splattering level for many of these games. Splattering level is different. A lot of these teams are playing game one for them. Some of them are playing game two and out of region and maybe out of classification. If you're a coach, let's say you're coaching Lexington right now, and obviously it's a rival for White and all I know, but I've got the game in front of me. You're coaching Lexington right now, you're down 17-0 North Augusta. You have more players. Like, just by number, you probably have more players. What's your message to the team coming out in third quarter, home opener?
Well, they're starting with the ball. It looks like they're getting ready to punt, but you're getting the ball to start the half. So you're like, all right, let's go down here and we just get points on the board, and we can build that momentum and get a stop, get another score. Now you have momentum. Now you're the team in the driver's seat, even though the scoreboard doesn't say that it is. That happened last year when they played each other. Lexington blocked the punt against North Augusta because we had that film from playing North Augusta later in the season, and that flipped the momentum. And Lexington was able to pull out the game. So right now, that's what they need. They just need a chunk play, a big play, a splash play, something that can just get them motivated, get them going. They get a stop here, get the ball back, go down the field behind Easton Crocker, the freshman quarterback, and to see if they can get some momentum on their side.
We'll see if they can do that. When we come back, we've got the athletics director for the entire district of Lexington School District 1, Coach Lee Part, joins us next on the High School Scoreboard Show on the Game. Welcome back in to the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmissions. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell behind the glass once again, punching the buttons, keeping the show on the air. He was in Darlington a little over 12 hours ago.
Home of the Falcons.
Correct. Home of your My Hour Falcons. Also home of the the Cookout Southern 500.
Great sponsor.
And I'm sure Tyler Head is just sleeping in a pit stall right now.
Yeah, you know what? The odds on that, minus odds.
I would bet it.
Yeah, I would.
And he's not. And you know what? He's not going to let us know if he isn't.
Oh no, we'll know.
Yeah, we'll know. Let's go to the phone lines. We're happy to welcome in Coach Chad Leapart, always known as Coach Chad Leapart around these parts. I've been talking to Coach for a couple months now about getting him on some programs and things like that. And Coach, glad to have you on. You're leaving Strom Thurmond. They are recognizing some state championship reunions and anniversaries. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so this was great. I just left Strom Thurmond. Been running the roads tonight for sure. Started off at Lexington, breaking into new turf there, and wishing the coaches good luck, and came up Highway 1 and 23 to the peach fields up here, and just a great experience just then of a reunion with our guys from the 2005 state championship team. Just hadn't seen a lot of these guys in 20 years, sure enough. And so it was just great getting to see everybody and catch up for a little bit. Strom Thurmond did a great job. They had a video on the board there, highlights and just commentary, and really first class what they did welcoming the team and the coaches back in honor of that year and that team. And now I'm on the road heading to Gilbert. So it's, just running the roads tonight.
Well,
high school football.
You guys, exactly, and I'm sure you wouldn't want it any other way. There's a lot of connections there at all those schools. I want to get back to the Lexington note, that new field. I have family that lives just beyond that, and they probably pass new Wildcat Hollow. That's what I call it every day. And I got a text. I got a text the other day, and it was, "Hey, I don't think they're done with that field yet. Are they going to be able to play on that field?" Talk us through. You're big time over it now. You got a lot of schools under your purview. Talk about that process for the fans who are wondering how long does this take to get an entire new playing surface laid down and done the right way.
Well, and we just redid River Bluff's facility last year, and that one took, maybe 45 days. Is that one? That's what that one took. But they already had the groundwork done. It was just replacing old turf. The project at Lexington was going to be much more involved because you having to basically create the base for it and take out all the old grass and turf and get everything leveled and put the base in, and it's just a lot more work. So we definitely knew we were going to be pushing it. And, of course, it rained a bunch. And I'm not going to lie, I'd drive by it, too, and oh, boy, I don't know if we're going to make it. But I'll tell you this, the company, Sprint Turf, and they were great. It was going to be they never acted like they were not going to make it. And sure enough, it was done this past weekend, so that the guys were able to get on it this week and prepare.
And we're looking forward to the next project in Lexington 1.
Yeah, that's right, Coach. The White Knoll is next on the list.
The White Knoll Wolves will have the synthetic next season. We're excited about it. Coach Leapart, this is my boss now, Coach Leapart, so I got to be real careful.
Call him sir.
Put some respect on that.
Yes, sir. Coach Leapart, talking about our Lexington 1 football teams and coaches this year. Just kind of give us a rundown of what you think.
Yeah, no, this is the first year where I guess we have every single school now has a split athletic director and head football coach. And what that's going to do, we feel like, is allow our head football coaches to focus on football. And we got some great guys. Obviously, we just talked about Lexington with Coach Stuart Young, new to our district, coming from Saluda, former state champion winning coach. Excited to see what he's going to do with the Cats this year. I know they're in a battle right now. We got Coach Perry Parks coming in from Coastal Carolina to River Bluff. I know they had a tough one against Rock Hill last week, but I think they're looking to bounce back with BC tonight, and excited about having him. Got experience, college level, and ran very successful program at Ridgeview. Then we got Coach Oz Exume at Gilbert. Had a great year last year after finishing in the third round of the playoffs. And looking forward to see what the Indians are doing. I think my last update on them is they were down 7-8 at half to Wilson, by the way. And then Pillion, Corey Helms is brand new this year, and really got the Panthers off to a great start from what we've seen in preseason. And, the first win last week. I hadn't got an update yet on their game tonight with Columbia, but Coach Helms really brought a lot of excitement to the program. And then, of course, finishing up with White Knoll, because Nick Pelham's kind of our elder statesman now, a football coach in the district. And, and what a job he's done at that program. White Knoll, so much success the past 2 years that, maybe people forget what it was like before Coach got there and really got them turned around, and they're playing high-caliber football. They got a big one tonight with Sumter. Coach Fiddler probably has updates on that one. I don't have an update yet on that one.
Just scored another touchdown, really, 21-8 Wolves. Or 21-6, excuse me.
Awesome. Let's go. But it's we feel good about what we have going with splitting those jobs and having ADs that can focus on AD work, having football coaches that can focus on football work. I did both for a long time, and it's a tough job. And I think this is huge for all our athletic programs and football teams moving forward.
Coach, before we let you go, because I know you're running the roads and trying to get to where you need to be, Pillion at last check leading Columbia 27-8 at the half. That's well into the third quarter now. I mean, this district has a lot of great talent and a lot of great coaching talent too. And you have a different perch now than you did. This is your second year removed? Yeah, this is your second year removed from being on the sidelines. Fiddler's trying to adjust to it now, so he just breaks into our studio and just squats here for for a couple of hours. What's it been like just transitioning now? You're in the second year, getting a little bit more comfortable being away from the sidelines. Do you still wake up on Friday morning thinking, oh man, I gotta review that game plan again?
Well, I tell you what I do get is like nights like this, whenever the lights are on and the kids are playing and the crowds are alive out there, and you get that little rush and tingle, and that's when you kind of like, man, I do miss this, but but I don't necessarily miss all the time involved. To be successful, these guys, they got to do some grinding, and and it's very time consuming getting everything together, and so I've adjusted a little bit. I don't miss all of that stuff. I miss the Friday night lights. I miss the relationships with the kids, but I'm also enjoying what I'm doing now, and really just trying to be a sounding board a lot of times for all our ADs and any of our coaches in the district, and help them and their programs be the best that they can be.
Coach, we appreciate it, bringing the same excellence from that sideline at Gilbert and other stops before that to the AD's chair over at Lexington 1. We appreciate your time. Look forward to talking with you throughout the year.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks,
Absolutely. Coach. Just make sure Fiddler stays in line over there at White Knoll. Let's go. Let's stay on the phone lines. Let's go to Roger next. Roger, what you got for us?
Yeah, my Evan Marta down by 14. There's 7 minutes left in the third. At 26, Louisville over Hancock Nieces in the third, and it's in the third quarter.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate it. That's Roger. And, of course, if Roger's on, that means Willie's next. What you got for us, Willie?
They got a good one going down in Savannah, Georgia, in Chatham County, between Calvary Day and that powerhouse out of Mount Pleasant, better known as Oceanside Collegiate. It is tied at 28 apiece in the third quarter.
Woo, points,
They've got a seriously good one.
56 combined points in that one. Roger, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. This is Willie, by the way.
Oh, sorry, Willie. Y'all back up one after the other. That's on me.
Man.
Weak oniness.
There's some weak oniness.
Weak oniness.
Going on the
That's
program.
my bad, Willie. That's my bad. My bad.
That's okay. You good.
Tip my cap to you. Thank you, Willie. Appreciate it. Because I was anxious to get to this note, Elijah and Coach. Appalachian State now currently carving up Charlotte.
Yeah, they finally turned it around. It was a slow start.
5 minutes left to go in the third. That Dow Loggins offense has 470 yards of offense.
Oh, goodness gracious.
470.
You know who their quarterback is?
No.
This is the fun who he played for exercise. Former Vanderbilt quarterback turned LSU backup turned committed for 5 seconds to play at South Carolina quarterback A.J. Swan.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at you. That's a 6 degrees of separation type of thing right there.
That's right.
You're ready. You're ready for Stump the Schwab.
You are.
Bored for it.
Who we should do our own version of who he play for
That's right.
on the high school scoreboard show. I think we can do that.
We've had enough transfer players in high school now. We can do who he played for. The Guangdong Tigers.
Crestwood leads R&E 16-14. Okay, I'm just gonna say it, and I know it's a student production. I get it. I understand it. Last week, the Richland Northeast Twitter account for their school paper called a field goal a 3-point conversion.
Technically,
technically that's correct.
mean,
Technically, that's correct. Tonight, we are aware that the Cavaliers scored a touchdown and added a 1-point conversion.
technically correct.
I know. I mean,
It's not wrong.
it's not.
It's not wrong.
It's not.
Just don't tell me we're using ChatGPT for this. That's all I'm asking. It's the only question I want. If you want to refer to that from a human perspective,
Yep.
okay, can live with it.
GPT is a great tool.
Yeah, ChatGPT is a fantastic tool.
It's a fantastic tool.
It's 16-14 though, Crestwood. North Augusta leads Lexington 17-3. Irmo's got 4th and 1 from their own 42. Burns gets the stop to open up the second half of play. That score remains 21-18. Yellow Jackets over.
Kane Bay scores again to go up 23-14 on Ashley Ridge.
Kane Bay putting up a good ball game there.
They're running that Army offense.
14-14, Nation Ford and York at the end of the third quarter. One more game to play. The Fighting Jake Bentley's trying to get win number 1 on the season. Let's go to the phone lines. Kale has an update for us from the Low Country. What you got for us, Kale?
What's up, guys? We're going into the fourth quarter in a top 5 matchup as the Somerville Green Wave and the South Florence Bruins are still knotted up at 7 after a very defensive third quarter. South Florence has 2nd down and 3 on the Somerville 38 right now.
Ooh, ball game. That's a ball game. It's a ball game. Thank you, Kale. Appreciate
It's
it.
a fun recap from Kale later.
I cannot wait for the recap from Kale. All right, let's stay on the phone lines. Willie is on the line. Can confirm. It's Willie. Go ahead.
How's it going? That was, by the way, that was South Florence versus the fighting legendary John McKissick right there.
Yes, it was. The fighting legendary John McKissick.
that.
I like that.
That's right.
The fighting Preston
And from
Thorns,
all-
too.
Yep.
Yep. And by the way, off Charleston Highway, by way of Orangeburg, Eau Claire 22, Bethune-Bowman 0.
Hey,
Look at Eau
Shamrock.
Claire. Look at the Shamrocks.
Guess who might just be hanging around the undefeated club
Hey.
for
Looking to go to 2-0.
I coached there for a year.
There you go.
one
Yeah, but you know what? Looking at their school colors, that might as well be Florida A&M beating Bethune-Cookman.
That's true.
Wow.
That's true.
Nice.
I can go along with that. Thank you, Willie. Appreciate it. All right.
You're welcome.
All right, like I said, 17-3 North Augusta. Really quick, looking at the scoreboard in the college game, it is 10-10 Georgia Tech and Colorado. Haynes King's got the ball with 34 seconds to go, trying to get Tech a lead before the half. It's 17-10 Auburn over Baylor. That game's getting weird, as it should. It's Waco. Makes sense. We'll have a full look at the scoreboard when we come back. We got to hit a break. We'll come back. Full look at the scoreboard and more news and notes coming up on the High School Scoreboard Show on the game.
I throw out ChatGPT.
Hmm.
You gotta write, ads and stuff.
Yep.
To read over the loudspeaker at the games.
Yep.
So I have to go, give me a 3-sentence advertisement for a high school football game at White Knoll High School about, Whataburger.
Mm-hmm.
Spits it out. I'm like,
Yeah, I got 2 Whataburgers within like Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show, presented by Cottman Transmission on the Game. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell, Shane Fiddler with you. It's halftime in Boulder. 13-10 Tech. Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech. Heck of an engineer. Auburn leads the ball. Auburn leads 17-10. Jackson Arnold doing Jackson Arnold things, and by that I mean Jackson Arnold Circa Oklahoma. 1 minute to go in that first half. I think his arm was going forward, but I could be wrong. All right, let's get a full look at our scoreboard. But before we do that, we got to go out to Roger on the phone lines. Roger, what you got?
Yeah, at Drew Jackson, this score gets on big 14-7, 10 minutes left in the fourth, and my alma mater, Tyler 6, Louisville 28, and 2 minutes left in the third.
All right, HKT might be getting bumped from the club here.
I'm afraid so. Sorry, Roger.
That's
South
unfortunate.
Florence also just punched one into the end zone. 14-7, 10 minutes left against Somerville. Buckle up.
Getting late. Down in Somerville, I should say. It's not over in Somerville. I got this might be our first final. Dillon 41, Socastee nothing.
Oh wow, okay.
That might be I think that's our first final. 30-0. Dorman leads Catawba Ridge going to the fourth quarter. For those of you who are interested.
Dorman, welcome to continuation into the club. You will not be getting a visit from Ed Bird tonight. Catawba Ridge, Ed Bird's looking for you. You might want to hide.
Yeah, that you might want to. Can I get that Tom Selleck music again? Is that possible?
Oh, does a bear use the bathroom in the woods?
That's fair. Full look at your scoreboard. Greenville homeschool. The Hurricanes lead Thomas Jefferson Classical. The Griffins, spelled Gryphon, 34-0 in the third quarter. I got to get you the full rundown, Coach. Crescent leads Palmetto 14-0 in the third quarter. East Rutherford over Blacksburg 41-6 third quarter. Need a score from Porter-Gaud and Savannah Country Day if you got it. Oceanside Collegiate trails Calvary Day 31-28. PD trails Williamsburg 32-22. The Barons of Wilson Hall took down the Crusaders of Northside Christian tonight 49-12. Florence Christian leads Thomas Sumter 24-20 over in Dalzell at last check. Northwood leads First Baptist 28-10 at last check. Still haven't gotten a score update from Pinewood Prep and Hammond. If you got that, let us know. My scoreboard still shows 9-7.
And if it's still 9-7, things are getting a little interesting.
Lawrence Manning trailed Heathwood Hall at the half, 14-7. If you got an update on that one, let us know. Trinity Collegiate leads Ben Lippen, 16-13. Hunter Connor Tyler, we just got that update, trails 28-6. Lakeview leads Mullins, 20-14 in the fourth quarter. Look at the assist there. Into the third quarter, going to the fourth. Hammond leading Pinewood Prep 14-9.
Ooh, Vertex PT Specialist comeback.
Heading to the fourth quarter. Lakeview leading Mullins 20-14. The Fighting Xavier Legettes, a.k.a. the Auctioneers. Latta leads Marion 14-13 at last check at the second quarter. That game's further along. Carvers Bay leads Kingstree 14-6, while Ridgeland trails East Clarendon 23-0. Timberland over Lake City 20-16. Lee Central taking it to Burke down in Charleston 51-6. Hardyville leads Whale Branch 14-6 at the half. All right, I'm just going to say it. Hardyville's leading in more ways than one because they're getting a Buc-ee's in a couple of years whenever it's done.
Somebody has to catch Florence in that department.
The Hampton County Hurricanes lead Allendale Fairfax 48-0 at the half. That one's probably over by now. North Central leading McBee 33-21 in the third quarter. Chesterfield leads Great Falls 21-8. Saluda shutting out Ridge Spring Winetta 34-0. Pillion at last check 27-8 at the half. At last check, these are all showing at the half. 43-0 Batesburg-Leesville over Wagner-Sally. 20-0 Waccamaw over Hannah-Pamplico. Marlboro County over Sherrall 20-9. The Braves struggling in more sports than one.
Yeah, it's kind of a theme.
The Swansea Tigers lead the Denmark-Oler Vikings 47-0. Strom Thurmond over Silver Bluff 36-0 in the third quarter. Newberry shutting out Mid-Carolina 35-0. Fairfield Central shutting out Union County 28-0 third quarter. Broome over Chesney 28-12 at last check. Pendleton, the Bulldogs, shutting down the Keenan Raiders. That was a long drive for Keenan. They're up 19-0 though in Anderson. Colony County trailing Woodland at the half, 14-0. That one's well along, obviously. Bluffton leading Andrew Jackson, 34-14. Still showing Wilson over Gilbert, 8-7 in the fourth quarter.
Hell of a score.
Richland Northeast and Crestwood, I believe, are tied at 16 now, as they got the one-point conversion. BHP leading Greer, 28-0 in the third quarter. Landrum over Berea, 26-0. Liberty over Southside at the half, 55-8. Can confirm that game is most definitely over by now. Clinton lost in week 1. They bounced back against the Lawrence Raiders, the fighting captain David Ayers. 50-0 Clinton in the fourth quarter.
Ooh. Did Dave start?
No. If he did, they wouldn't be down 50-0, I'll tell you that.
They'd be winning 50-0.
Correct. Woodruff leading Fountain Inn 25-13 at the half. Obviously, that game's further along. Cale gave us the update, 14-7 South Florence over Somerville. James Island over Hilton Head Island, 17-8, Battle of the Islands. Daniel trails Stratford 21-14. Goose Creek over Fort Dorchester 14-6. Cane Bay over Ashley Ridge 23-14. Winter Park and Berkeley, the Stags, tied at 31. Socastee falls to Dillon 41-0. And of course, my scoreboard goes away in that moment. So that is your look at your scoreboard.
White Knoll 28, Sumter 6.
All right, let's have a conversation.
Oh, also have a Hammond update too. It is 16-14. Hammond now down halfway through the fourth quarter.
Wow.
They're in trouble.
Let's go to the phone lines. Willie is up next. Willie, what you got?
Okay, we got one all the way from the Cordova section of Orangeburg County. It is Edisto 18, Blackville Hilda 0.
Edisto 18, Blackville Hilda 0. Thank you, sir. Let's go to Roger
We
next.
got you.
Let's go to Roger next, as per tradition. Roger, what you got?
Yeah, I'm more up this school into a Blackville now. My cousin called me about 3 minutes ago, said it's 26 nothing. It's over Black here, and it's been like in 7 years, and winter season is about 6 years. It's 26 nothing for. Yeah.
That's Roger giving us another update to follow Willie's update.
Yes, an update to the update.
An update to the update live on the air. We appreciate it, Roger.
Thank you, Roger.
And Willie. Thank you, sirs. Always appreciate the interaction from those guys. 28 seconds to go in Waco in the first half. Auburn up 17-10 on Baylor. The Bears facing a 3rd down and 18.
They just need to get to the half at this point.
Yeah, that's where it's at right now. They need to get to the half, get to the break, make some adjustments if they want to come back. I don't want them to because I have Auburn winning 10 games this year, counting the bowl game. Blythewood leading Midland Valley 28-18. Diamond Hornets up big on Spring Valley. It is 35-9 with 1:51 left to go in the third quarter. Jack Veltri, when I was on with him and Tyler during the extra point this morning. By the way, you can catch that little segment every Friday at 10:15. Promo.
Plug.
He asked me if I thought Spring Valley could get a win, move to 2-0. I mean, Spring Valley won last week. Can they get to 2-0? I told Jack, I said, I know they're trying to build a culture of winning, but I need to see it happen more than once.
Right.
For me to just, blindly buy in. And Laura Richland's a good ball club.
I think I was bought in after that post-game interview with Lou Bajak.
Was that an interview? Do you count that as an interview?
It was more wrestling promo than interview, but I think that was enough to get me sold.
Fair enough. And as someone who would understand those references, yeah, I agree. More of a professional wrestling promo. Northwestern over Ridgeview, 35-28, going to the fourth quarter in that one. And then Loris leading that ball game against Conway, 28-0, going to the fourth quarter in that one as well. And again, I'm trying to update my scoreboard as we speak. Clover leads Hillcrest 23-21. Skeeza action, Trinity Collegiate 23-13 over Ben Lippen. Still in third quarter. New kicker for Burns. 42-yard field goal attempt. Wide left.
Stratford just went up 35-14 on Daniel. I'm telling you, Stratford is a team to watch in 5A D1 Lower State.
That is big. That is big. Stratford.
I'm telling you.
Keep an eye on them all year.
Sleepers.
Let's go to the maybe not sleeping anymore. Not if you're doing this to Daniel. I'll tell you that.
You're awake now. If you're kicking Daniel out of the undefeated club, you're awake.
I'm telling you, they had Somerville beat last week and just couldn't finish the job. So I think those kids are hungry to get back to them. And it started this week with Dan. I mean, that's a long trip from Stratford all the way up to Clemson. Yeah,
no kidding. Let's go to the phone lines. 803-404-6100. Rich joins us. What you got, Rich?
Yeah, I got a final down in Bamberg. Bamberg Earhart 53, Buford 6.
Bamberg Earhart 53, Buford 6. Yep. Thank you, sir.
Running clock alert. Thanks, Rich.
Appreciate it, Rich. Always appreciate it. The phone lines are open for more than Roger and Willie, I promise.
That's right. Yeah, Rich is on the board. Way to go, Rich.
Way to go, Rich. Rich, Cale, Roger, Willie, Coach Chad Leapart, Coach Corey Jenkins. I have it on good authority. We got a lot of coaches joining us after the games are over tonight. As long as these games stay in regulation.
Yep.
As long as we stay within regulatory time, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. We're going to hear from a lot of coaches tonight. I'm pretty excited about that one. And I get an assist from my left. Okay. The Fighting Green Hornets of Aiken defeat the Airport Eagles 44-0.
Close game.
Coach Hibbets came from Georgia to Aiken, and the job he's done in this quick turnaround for Aiken. I mean, they look good in preseason scrimmages, according to all accounts that I heard. Went to Aner last week, who's dominating a 5A school, St. James, right now.
Yeah, and undid them.
Yeah, and then to have this week in their renovated stadium opener.
Yep.
I mean, good for Coach Hibbets and the job he's done at Aiken.
By the way, just want to Kyle on Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. Hornets improved to 2-0 and post their largest margin of victory since 2006. And in 2006, that victory was 60-14. So this is the largest win, Mr. Campbell, for Aiken since a 60-14 win in 2006.
Wow.
Which team did Aiken defeat 60-14 in 2006?
Would that be Airport?
No.
No. Wouldn't truly ironic.
It would be. It'd be Braves level, giving up 4 home runs to one player twice in a season.
And then, ironically, getting him out when you put a position player in the pitch.
Correct. White Knoll.
Oh.
Early White Knoll days.
Early White Knoll. That might have been year 1 or year 2 White Knoll. Year 3.
Early, yeah, it was in that
2003, 2004 was their first year?
I think 2000 was the first year was open because they just had 25th anniversary, but I don't know if they were full on 4A then. They might still have been working their way up through the classifications.
Yeah, I think so. That was an early White Knoll version.
Wolves up 28-6.
I'm telling you, that...
Not for everybody.
I'm not saying that's an... Okay,
It's not an upset.
It's not an upset. I know, it's not an upset. But there were some issues presenting themselves to White Knoll tonight. Guys weren't completely healthy. You're going on the road. You're facing Sumter.
Yep, who last year you had a big lead on at halftime. They came back and beat you in overtime.
Yeah, that was a game that we talked to Coach Pelham later on in the year, and he's like, I want that game back.
Yeah, well, they got it.
He got that game back.
And you should the laser focus they've had all week at practice, and Coach Pelham himself and the coaching staff, especially the offensive coaches, they really, felt some type of way about last week and just the work they put in to make adjustments to fit their personnel was really impressive all week, and it's paying off right now. Hopefully they can finish it off out there in Sumter.
Looks like they will. If I'm just looking at the scores, it just looks like they will. We'll hit a break. We'll come back on the other side, and we'll wrap up hour number 3. How is it already going to hour 4? More of the High School Scoreboard Show on the game coming up next. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show, presented by Cottman Transmission. On the game, Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell behind the glass, Coach Shane Fiddler joining us, Athletics Director at White Knoll High School over in Red Bank, home of that school and
the bank.
Me. It's a nice area. I got a Whataburger and a Chipotle and a Panda Express all within 5 minutes of my house.
And soon enough, a Lowe's Foods.
And a gym, which is going to be important for eating at all those places.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's necessary at that point.
Correct.
Your body's going to be crying for help.
Correct. We got a lot of games. It's tightened in the fourth quarter in this rivalry matchup between Camden and Lugoff Elgin. It's 28-14.
Ooh. Demons are fighting.
This is newsy. The University of Georgia has just alerted students of the same situation that happened here in Columbia last weekend. Possible armed shooter in their library. So just news.
Let's hope that one is also.
Yeah, that needs to
sick prank.
Yeah, that's not for here. That's for a discussion off camera. If you hit me on Twitter and I'll give you my opinion. Yeah, that needs to stop. Anyway, before we go on with more high school talk, we're near the end of hour number 3, and I'm anticipating a lot of coaches giving us phone calls and a lot of fans wanting to chime in on games wrapping up here shortly. So let's go ahead and hit our college football slate. Tonight, 13-10, Georgia Tech over Colorado. Weirdness is in the air amongst other smells. And then Auburn leading Baylor 17-10. That one at the half. Auburn's running the football really well, and yet Baylor's still hanging around. Could get quite scary there if you're an Auburn fan.
Well, if you're an Auburn fan, there's only one thing you need to do and remember for the rest of this game, and that is for me to turn this pod up so you can hear.
Run the ball.
Final from Sumter. White Knoll Wolves 28, Sumter 6.
Look at that. Get the golf clap.
Oh yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah, that's give it up. Way to bounce back.
Kudos to White Knoll football. It's not for everybody.
Nope.
Tomorrow is the first full Saturday of college football. It's returned. And how
week one ever.
How back are we when your average temperature across the country is like 82 on August the 30th?
Divine intervention.
Tomorrow, Texas goes on the road to take on the Buckeyes of Columbus. Don't let the AP do this to you. That's number 1 versus number 2. Okay? It's 1 versus 2.
It's the correct decision, though.
At noon, you got Tennessee hosting Syracuse. Tennessee minus 13.5. Syracuse is going to cover, and they might win outright.
Syracuse has 2 returning starters on offense. I think a lot of people are very excited to pick Syracuse, which I get. However,
I understand.
Ripe for week one-iness.
Oh, 100%.
Tennessee also right for 5 picks in that game, too.
Correct. Missouri, by the way, beat Central Arkansas 61-6 because Eli Drinkwitz refuses to schedule actual competition before October. In the SEC, Mississippi State goes to Hattiesburg tomorrow at noon. Why?
Not a gimme either, because Southern Miss pretty much just got Marshall's coach and a good chunk of the roster. I think it was like upwards 20 players from Marshall.
Gilbert player was committed. The Gilbert tight end was committed to Marshall and then switched to Southern Miss.
There you go.
I mean, Charles Huff, he brought his Louis Bags with him too. Louis Bags that won the Sun Belt by taking Louisiana to the woodshed in that conference title game. Mississippi State, still not very good.
Nope.
True road game. Those folks in Hattiesburg really want to win that. That's not a gimme.
Mississippi State won 2 games last year. Southern Miss won 1 game. Worst season they've had since Ellis Johnson was their head coach.
Ooh, Brett Favre went walking through that door.
No. Speaking of Marshall, they go to the Sanford Stadium at 3:30 between the hedges, take on Georgia. Kentucky hosts Toledo. Anyone want to ride the Rockets there?
I will take the Rockets money line, good sir.
Wow.
Florida State
goes in there and beats them.
Florida State hosting Alabama. Any chance that Gus Malzahn and Tommy Castellanos, who does it all by his dang self,
not buying it.
Not buying it? No? Not even a little bit?
Ty Simpson might not have to complete more than 12 passes.
That's fair.
That game. They might cover.
Arkansas hosts Alabama A&M. I'm pulling for Arkansas this year because I really enjoy Sam Pittman.
I need more Sam Pittman in my life.
Oklahoma hosts Illinois State. Florida hosts, hey, don't mess around with Long Island University. Careful in Gainesville.
I didn't know they had a football team till this summer when I saw them on the schedule.
Fair enough. Texas A&M hosting UTSA, the Roadrunners. Be careful.
Meet.
That's a backdoor cover if I've ever smelled one. 23.5.
That was Preston Thorne's second-round pick in the Underdog Challenge.
Smart. Good for him. Hey, he's smart.
That'd be worth 23.5 points if they were to pull it off.
Vanderbilt hosting Charleston Southern. Vanderbilt gets Virginia Tech next week.
Yeah, Virginia Tech starting off their season with 2 SEC games. Salute.
Yeah, good for them.
And it might cost Brent Pry his job.
Virginia Tech's going to go 1-1.
You think they beat Vanderbilt?
I'm not telling you who they beat.
Well, I know you're not picking.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah.
I know better.
They beat Diego Pavia like a drum.
Honestly wouldn't be surprised. True road game, tough environment, and Virginia Tech's not a bad team. The things they have to figure out are things that are kind of important, like your offensive line, like
your secondary,
who's going to be running the ball.
Yeah, agreed. Clemson hosts LSU tomorrow night.
Clemson covers.
It's a 7:30 kickoff, but it's not going to kick off till like 7:52. Ole Miss hosts Georgia State, and South Carolina gets Virginia Tech on Sunday at 3 p.m. That line is still 7.5, according to ESPN.
It finally stayed put at 7.5. I think it's kind of gone back and forth a little bit.
And how sad the 3:30 CBS game on Saturday, Penn State, Nevada.
Well, the CBS game didn't happen in the SEC for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, you got to get to.
You got to wait.
You had to get to week. You had to get to week 3 for who?
Tennessee, Florida.
Bang.
Every year.
Every year.
Florida. Every single year was the first one. And now we're kicking it off with a 44.5-point spread to start the season.
To be fair, many would say that's what Gary Danielson deserves. In the ACC, Pittsburgh is hosting Duquesne. Boston College hosts Fordham. Louisville hosting Eastern Kentucky. Virginia hosting Coastal Carolina.
Upset alert.
Virginia's 13.5. Not a chance. Virginia covers.
I don't know.
SMU hosts East Texas A&M. Not Texas A&M. East Texas A&M.
SMU has a lot of guys coming back, don't they?
They do, and they're doing they're scheduling the SEC model. Apparently, is what their coach would say.
Well, that's what Kurt Signetti said.
That's true. What did
Rhett Lashley just pointed out that the SEC has had national championships from the same
that's right.
schools.
And people point back to the SMU Penn State game and think, it was a blowout. It really wasn't. Minus those 2 pick sixes, SMU moved the ball, had success.
It was a bad Kevin Jennings game.
SMU should have beaten Clemson in the ACC championship game. Let's be honest.
Yep. They dug themselves a hole in the first 2.5 quarters of that game. That was just too much to crawl out of.
Oregon State gets California at home. That's a Pac-12 matchup, but not. North Carolina gets TCU to open up the Bill Belichick era on Monday in Chapel Hill. And Notre Dame and Miami on Sunday night following South Carolina, Virginia Tech. That would be a rematch of Catholic versus convicts. But as Coach Lou Holt said, well, not all of our team was Catholic. More of the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission coming up. Final hour next. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission on the Game. Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell behind the glass, Coach Shane Fiddler with you on a Friday night. We have Roger on the line with us that we'll get to right now. Roger, what you got for us kicking off the final hour?
I got a full 4 or 5 game final scores. Hunter County 12 now, and Louisville 20, less than 2 minutes in the fourth. It is still the upset of the year, in it's still leading Blackville 34 with 3 minutes left in the fourth. Lake Mary beat Calvin 46-20. They beat 46-20, and Armber Prep a minute left beating Andrew Jackson Airport 27-8.
All right, see, we got that. Lake Marion up 46-20, Orangeburg Prep 27-8, Edisto 34-0, and Hunter County Tyler trailing Louisville late 28-12. Whew. That's a big score update from our buddy Roger.
You know what time of the night it is?
What is time for?
Not just the witching hour, but we got coaches.
We got coaches. Let's go to the phone lines. I am so happy. I cannot tell you.
Hours.
Darlington Falcons, baby.
Head coach Jamie Johnson joining us. What a win tonight. Coach, congratulations. A hard-fought W,
I appreciate
too.
it. Absolutely. They're a tough football team, so I thought it was pretty tough to go grind out a win down here.
Coach, when you're this team, Tommy and I used to talk about this all the time. Darlington, he would lament those down years for Darlington, and that's where I kind of got that tagline, "You're my our Darlington Falcons." Just talk about the start of this year, 2-0, hard-fought wins, and you're starting to turn the tide over in Darlington right now.
Well, we got a good group. They really have bought in to what we've been selling this summer, and since we got there, we got a great staff that pour into them every day. And I think they see that. It's completely changed our school culture. People are excited for Falcon football for the first time in a long time. And, one of my former parents, he was there tonight. He's our softball coach, Coach Andrews, said the last time they came down to North Myrtle Beach, there was 2 people in the stands, and it was him and his wife. So it was nice that, people are following the Falcons, are excited for Falcon football finally.
Jamie.
What's up, bud?
Hey, we were sitting here talking about you earlier about how such a good job you did at Hannah Pamplico, obviously, and then now at Darlington you're doing it again. Tell us about this. You talked about this culture shift at your school, right? We talked about that earlier with another coach about just how the good football team can make a great school and improve the feelings in the hallways. Talk about the shift that you've done at Darlington, and tell us a little bit about your quarterback as well.
Well, I think they just wanted somebody to believe in them and love them in the first place. So, I think kids always can tell if you mean it or not. So, we pour into them every day, and we love them hard, and we coach them hard at the same time. But, our principal has bragged, having the coaches in the building, discipline is down like 30-something%. And it goes back to starting the school year off great because the football team winning. So, hopefully we can keep that trend going, heal up a little bit too. But Jalen Augustus is definitely a very gritty football player. I trust him to – the game's on the line. Like, we got down there tonight, and we needed a score, and it was going through 11. So, I think he's a special football player. He's now taking the next step forward because he's protecting the football. You got to have that gunslinger mentality, but at the same time, you got to make sure we're smart about it. So I think, turnover margin's been key for us. Our defense has been getting us to football. So as long as he can keep protecting it, I think we can keep rolling.
The head coach of our Darlington Falcons, Jamie Johnson, on the line with us right now. And, Coach, a slow-scoring game tonight in your 14-7 win over North Myrtle Beach. Defense only giving up 20 points in 2 games. I think it's something you can live with. What do you like about your defense so far for these first 2 games?
Well, they're gritty. They tough. They get to the football. I challenged them this week because North Myrtle, Coach Generette, they're foot to foot. On the offensive line, it's tough. They're a tough football team, tough offense, but I truly think we rose to the occasion tonight, and I think they played tough football. Really they've relied on, the quarterback rushed for like 270 yards on Monday night, and he definitely did not do that tonight. So we want to make sure that somebody else beat us tonight.
That's Coach Jamie Johnson from My Hour, Darlington Falcons. Coach, enjoy the win. You guys have a busy weekend over there in Darlington this weekend. So
oh yeah, I got a race.
Enjoy. You notice how he says that as a guy who lives in Darlington?
Yeah.
Enjoy.
It's like, oh, we have the race.
Yeah, it gets loud around here.
Hey, take care of roads tonight.
From my front porch.
There you go.
You probably can. It's really
listen.
loud.
That's what I do for Fiddler's home football games. Enjoy the weekend, Coach. We appreciate it. Look forward to having you on the program more here in 2025.
Absolutely. Appreciate y'all.
Get some pancakes. See ya.
That's Coach Johnson from My Hour, Darlington Falcons. Final score, Batesburg-Leesville over Wagner-Sally, 49-6. Ooh. Zach informs me on Twitter, formerly Twitter.
Still Twitter to me.
I just get uncomfortable calling it eggs. I don't know.
It sounds a little more...
suspicious.
Yeah.
Murky.
Erotic.
Murky.
Yeah.
Batesburg-Leesville has a big contest at home next week. They host Abbeville. Remember what happened last year?
When someone,
you can say it's big.
Yeah, it's big.
Gilbert Wilson heading to overtime, according to Coach Lee Park.
Oh,
okay. It was
free
8.
football.
It was 8-7, correct? At one point.
Did we get a 1-point conversion without a touchdown?
I would hope so.
14-14. Yep.
It could be 14-14.
It's 14-14. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep. We just got the score. Yep.
All right.
But what's the sponsor for the comeback of the night?
That'd be the Vertex PT Specialist.
I think Ashley Ridge gets it. They were down 17 at half, come back and win the game.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Give it to the Foxes.
Sit them in the club. They're in the clubhouse. They're Scotty Scheffler. They're done. Their round is over. Scotty's never in the clubhouse waiting for people to get over because he's usually in the final group pairing. But point still to be had. They're in the clubhouse and waiting to see if there's any others. Could be more.
Unless Lugoff Elgin pulls off something spectacular against Camden.
Congrats to Coach Perry Parks getting his first win. Final 23-0 over BC.
A shutout for the first
shutout win. G.A. Mangus's offense not moving the ball there against River Bluff. That big win for them. Big win for them. Trying to recover, trying to get some injuries healed up as well.
They got Gilbert next week. I think that's what's next on the schedule.
They do.
Oh, another fun game.
They do. And
friends of the show.
Both of them. Lou Bijak is at that game, was at that game. So once he wraps up his post-game duties, he if he's dodging us, it's a good night to do it because he's got 52 minutes before we go off the air. I think he should be on.
I think he's got time.
I'm gonna lay the challenge down. He was on with you this morning, wasn't he?
He was every Friday 8:30
on what's the name of that show?
That we call that the early game with myself, Preston Thorne, and Jen Jensen.
Got it.
That's what I listen to on the
I'm gonna help you out.
See, look at that plug.
Tarleton State takes down Army.
Wow.
They're in the undefeated club. They're 2-0.
They are. And you know who's their basketball coach is?
Tarleton State. No, I don't.
That would be the last coach before John Calipari at Kentucky, Billy Gillespie.
Great day. That's
Talk
a
about
name.
A pull right
That's
there.
a pull.
Yeah.
We're
not a popular man in Lexington, Kentucky.
No, absolutely not.
No. Going to the fourth quarter.
Four's up.
It is 28-25 Irmo over Burns.
Oh, that one's been a real tennis
Dog
match.
fight.
Back and forth.
Trinity Collegiate leads Ben Lippen 26-13. That one is pretty much over. 124 left in the fourth quarter. Had to get that one.
It's over with that attitude.
Well,
Wando 23, Hanahan 20 in the fourth.
Ooh, 23-20. The Fighting Jamie Bradford's in a dogfight right now. By the way, I didn't mention this in our college football rundown. College game day tomorrow.
Oh, man.
Lee Corso's final headgear prediction. Did you see where Fox is simulcasting that?
Good.
They're showing the headgear pick on Fox.
That's cool.
And I'm like, that's what it's about.
In a bloodthirsty, money-hungry business,
that's
sports
good.
Television. About time we showed a little humanity here.
That's good. Who's he pick? Ohio State.
He's putting Brutus's head on.
He's putting Brutus's head on.
That was the first one he did. So it would only be appropriate if it's the last one he did.
By the way, Deion Sanders is third all time at Florida State with 14 touchdowns or 14 interceptions. Who is he tied with?
I'd be Lee Corso.
Correct. Sunshine Scooter.
But Lee Corso would be the first one to tell you. Lee did it in 4 years. Deion did it in 3.
That's fair.
But we're trying to help you out here. We're trying to help you out.
Humility. Darius Gray has a 2-yard touchdown run.
A thick six?
That Darius Gray that just committed, yeah, 2-yard touchdown run.
Thick six.
Don't do that. I'm having flashbacks to Tennessee. Don't do it. Don't do it.
What, Jordan Birch?
No more big man touchdowns. Play design. Don't do it. Don't do it.
We don't have enough of them.
Yeah, well, maybe we should keep it that way. Loris defeats Conway tonight, 28-7.
That's a good football team. That's going to be a team to be reckoned with in 3A.
Loris comes into tonight ranked 6th.
Beats Conway
I think they're better than that. Greg Mance came down from rural Virginia and has really built that program up and put them in a great spot.
Oh, gosh. That was good. That was good, Mr. Campbell.
Operating at a high level.
Hey. Hello, darling. You know what? It had been a long time since Spring Valley won a game.
It was.
There you go.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Oh, boy. That Burns field is nice. All these new fields looking good. Malden defeats Boiling Springs 21-14. Good win for Coach Andre up there. Yes.
Good job, Coach Cook.
The Diamond Hornets, better known as the Diamonds, take down Spring Valley tonight 41-9.
Ooh, the magic is out.
Comes crashing down over at Lower Richland.
Sorry, Spring Valley, we got to escort you out the club. Ed Bird is he will eject you a little nicely.
Yeah, he will.
More nicely from this club than he does others. It gets violent for others, but it won't be for you.
It's true. It's true. I'm looking for more scores here. The Twitters are being overrun. I don't like when Major League Baseball does this to me and they just start tweeting Dodger stuff, and it just fills up my timeline.
I'm just sick of Major League Baseball right now because the Reds are imploding, and I can't do it. I can't keep up.
Final score from Hammond.
They pull it out.
Pinewood Prep 16. Hammond 20.
Oh, escape. It's funny because that looks like the word escape, and that's exactly what they did in this game right here.
I got a final from Abbeville. So I lost my pen cap. Abbeville 22. Powdersville 36.
Whoa.
Final.
Confirmed.
Can confirm. You know, Jim Croce had a song called "You Don't Mess Around with Jim," and if you know the storyline of the song is, you don't tug on Superman's cape, you don't spit into the wind, you don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and don't mess around with Jim. Well, Abbeville was Jim, but then this guy from South Alabama comes in named Slim, and he beats up Jim, and now you don't mess around with Slim.
Much to the shock of the entire town.
And much to the shock of everyone. Yes. Can confirm. Powdersville is Slim. Abbeville is Jim. By the way, Jim Croce was stationed at Fort Jackson.
Hey.
That's where he got the idea for Leroy Brown. Song Leroy Brown.
Huge update here. South Florence, Somerville, going to overtime.
No!
Free football. We might not get that Kale update after.
No, we're going to get that Kale update. They're not going to go to double. They're not going to go to double overtime. I dare them to go. I dare Marlowe to go to double overtime.
That's a great football game. That's two powerhouses going.
That's what you want. That's what you want on a high school Friday night. Have you seen I don't know if you have. Have you seen South Florence's schedule? Do you know they only play 3 home games this year?
Yes. I don't know why that is. I guess just getting the schedule right for last year is kind of set up for that for this year. That's tough on the gate because what people don't realize is you
got to make money.
Yeah, that's how you pay for your stuff. So hopefully it turns into, for them, what they're thinking deep is it'll turn into a deep playoff run, home playoff games.
We'll back those up with two or three.
They could get up to 4 home playoff games. Now, what people also don't know about the home playoff games is, when you host, you have to give up some of your gate to the team you're playing.
Sure.
You
it's a playoff game.
Yeah, you got to split the revenue. So the benefit of hosting is, one, you're at home and you don't have to pay for bus travel, and also you get concessions.
And their 3 home games are, let me make sure I get this right, Hartsville, Crestwood, and Fort Dorchester. Goodness gracious.
Yep.
That Hartsville one, by the way, Hartsville hung half 100 on them last year. I don't think Hartsville's going to hang half 100 on them this year.
There won't be a seat left in that house that night.
There will not be. You only get 3. So you get 3 home games. One of them's senior night. One of them's homecoming. I mean, that's crazy.
Just got an update on the specifics of the drive that led to Somerville's game-tying touchdown with 2 minutes left.
Yes.
They had to convert a 4th and 15 on their own 20. So if Somerville ends up winning that game,
Vertex PT specialist.
Vertex PT specialist comeback of the night. That's definitely a candidate. That might be a sliding doors play when we look back on South Florence's season at some point.
Right. And Burns just took the lead 32-28 with 7:49 left in the fourth.
The two biggest games in the state are doing big game things right now.
They are doing big game things right now. This is fun.
I'm so excited about that.
You know,
oh boy, I know I got to regain my energy here because we got to get back to work here and get final score updates from across state. We'll do that next on the High School Scoreboard Show on the game. Welcome back in. The High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission. It's the witching hour.
I didn't know that song from a high school football movie.
I don't think it's in a high school football movie.
That one's not, but it did just pop up on here.
It did. It's a good one.
Sometimes
every time
those
I hear
words
that,
just hypnotize me.
You know, every time I hear that, nice. Every time I hear this, though, I do think of Bill Gunter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like it was always a bump.
That you're hearing right before you hear him speak.
Yeah, at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Every time I hear that song, I just think if you ever get bored and you want to see like the wildest, most fun looking funeral of all time, Biggie's funeral, where they're driving his casket, the procession's going down the streets in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
and somebody's got a boom box behind it and is playing that song, and everyone's going nuts.
Yeah. Great
piece of footage. If you can find that, highly recommend doing so.
Going to our second overtime in Gilbert. 22-22. Gilbert Wilson.
What's better than one overtime?
2 overtimes.
2 of them. And when we talk about crazy finishes to games, I did get a tweet from Tim Watts, so shout out Tim for dropping this one on me. ALA moves to 2-0 after scoring a touchdown and a trick 2-point play in the last minute to beat Camden Military 15-14.
Nice.
So ALA stays in the club. They do not get a visit from Ed Bird tonight.
Eau Claire also stays in the club, 28-0 winners. All right, I got a video from the Duke's Mayo Bowl Classic between Appalachian State and Charlotte. And it is a video right in front of the, right as you enter into one of the seating sections. And a young man proposed to his girlfriend.
Who said romance is dead?
She said yes. They're hugging. Congratulations. They look to be App State Mountaineer fans. Two of us in here are married. Is that a place at the Duke's Mayo Bowl Classic that you're popping the question there? Or?
I don't think mine would have said yes.
You don't think so?
She loves football, but I don't. That wouldn't have been the.
I don't think mine. I don't know if mine would have. I mean, I'm clinging to personality as it is. I just don't know.
Well, I mean, that's the most personality-driven event.
Yeah.
It's the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Yeah, but see, here's
stuff.
the thing. Here's the thing: is the entire family there? Are you paying for everybody's ticket? What's your dinner post proposal? Is it the concession stand?
I mean, the only thing better would be the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Now that
Find
one,
the ring in the Pop-Tart.
Now that one I could get behind. That one I could get behind because we do resurrect the Pop-Tart from the dead. I can get into that. I'm sort of okay with that. Oh man. All right, so we have callers on the phone lines. Let's go to Mark first. All right, Mark. In the infamous words of Kelsey Grammer, otherwise known as Fraser Crane, I'm listening.
Yeah, down here at beautiful Memorial Stadium, AC Flora, 48, Chapin 6. Not much to talk about. But AC Flora looks really good. Have a really good offensive line, and their quarterback obviously is really top tier guy. So they should have a really good season going forward. Chapin played hard again. They're we're completely undermanned this year, but I'll keep going, obviously, and run into Newberry next week, who's always given us problems, even when we've had really good teams. So we'll see how that goes. And then we play Spring Valley, so we have a chance maybe in the next 2 weeks to get some going. But love you guys. Hope you're having fun tonight. Rattler won the starting job, so that's all I care about. We did kick a field goal with a minute left in the game, so I think that was a point spread thing. So. 48-6 here at Memorial Stadium.
All right, Mark. Let me just explain something to you. If you're following point spreads in high school football, the number calls you.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Just remember that. And in fact, looking at Somerville's schedule, by the way, you guys get them on the 19th.
Mm-hmm.
So congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're looking really forward to getting past Spring Valley because then we have Somerville, Dutch Fork, Lechtonville, and Irmo. So,
and then White Knoll later. Present Company is here. You get White Knoll, too.
I forgot about White Knoll. So, like I said, I'm going to be pressed for the next 10 weeks. You guys said I wouldn't, but I am. I look forward to every Friday. Obviously, I love high school football. I'll go anywhere to watch it. So,
there you go.
Need some, I don't know, maybe I should go lay down on a couch with somebody and talk to me during the week.
Well, that's why I'll transform into Dr. Fraser Crane. If you need it, every week. We'll be listening. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Let's stay on the phone lines. Timo, up next. Good to hear from you, sir. Great opening night for Dutch Fork.
Hey, guys. How you doing? And I apologize. I don't have the stats I normally have. We had some issues with the stats and such, but I can kind of give you an overview of the game. You can definitely tell this Dutch Fork team's a little younger than we've had lately, but they still was able to play Dutch Fork football, especially down the stretch, with a 54-21 win over Spartanburg. Spartanburg gave Dutch Fork, a lot in that first half, and Dutch Fork went in with a 27-21 lead at halftime. And there was a little bit of chicanery going on with the coaches kind of drawing back and forth. But when Dutch Fork came back out, they just looked like a completely different team. They really did. They completely shut down Spartanburg's offense, and at the same time was just able to use a three-man running back tandem of Coleon Martin, Kyle Henry, and Isaac Shine to just gashes of yards of 10, 11 at a time, and was able to have good long drives. And the whole second half, especially fourth quarter, Dutch Fork held that ball for a minimum of 12 minutes in that last 10 minutes in that last quarter. It was very, very amazing watching them with their ball control and such. We were talking about, kind of, not sure about where this team is in relations to teams in the past. But I think I kind of likened it a little bit last year with South Carolina playing Old Dominion. You had a lot of new players in positions and such like that. And as the season goes on, you're definitely going to see a ratcheted up of this team. The quarterback, Jackson Knotts, yes, Coach Knotts' son, is a guy that he has an arm. He just has a cannon of an arm. And he can work on a little bit with some of the touch passes and such like that. I'm telling you, he's going to be an outstanding quarterback at the next level. So it was at the end of the night, Dutch Fork just completely shut down Spartanburg in that second half to rally off a 54-21 final victory.
Timo, we appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much always for those Dutch Fork updates. We look forward to hearing from you each and every week. Let's stay on the phone lines. Lou Bezak, Uncle Lou, joins us on the program. He was at Brooklyn Casey for River Bluff and Brooklyn Casey, and Coach Perry Parks gets his first win for the Gators tonight, Lou.
Hey, Justin, how you guys doing? Yeah, Coach
great.
Parks, a lot more excited this weekend than after last week. They went on the road and lost to Rock Hill, but bounced back with a strong defensive performance, winning 23-0. Had a pick six in the second half, Caleb Renwick, and defense. BC got down to the 6 early in the fourth quarter and came up with a stop and kind of put the game away after that.
Looking around the state, Lou, I'm looking just here. Midland Valley, you just tweeted out this final score, comes from behind and takes down Blythewood. Impressive effort for Midland Valley. Now they're sitting 2-0, heading into region play here probably next week in that region.
Yeah, and I forget what they were down, but they got a little break. The lights went out, and after that, they kind of took over, recovered that onside kick, and Blythewood was the one that came back last week against Mason Ford, but Midland Valley, beat Jail Man pretty handily last week, and then what a win tonight at home, coming back and beating Blythewood in the final minute.
Lou, let me bump in here real quick. We got a score update. Gilbert completes it in double overtime, 29-28 over Wilson.
Wow.
Look at you, Coach Fiddler. Coach Fiddler breaking news. He learned quickly, Lou. He learned quickly.
Dude, he's a star. He's a star, rising star in the business.
I agree with that.
We need a Steelers prediction before you get off. Steelers record prediction. Mine's 9-8.
11-6.
Whoa.
Mark it down.
Lou.
Love the optimism here.
A big Aaron Rodgers guy, huh?
Yes, I'm big.
Okay,
he couldn't wait to text me when they signed him.
I was fired up.
Listen,
I was like one of the only ones I know, though.
Listen, I was fired up too. I was fired up too about a year or two ago, and he ran out with the American flag, and then it all went downhill from there.
Jets.
Jets. First down, Burns. By the way, Burns and Irmo, Lou, in a great matchup in the Upstate. You got Somerville and South Florence in overtime right now too. I mean, just the second week of action we're talking here, and obviously we're going to let you go here in a minute because you got a job to do. A lot of action around the state. The parity within high school football right now. We're seeing it with Batesburg, Leesville. We're seeing it with Abbeville. I mean, level playing fields on a lot of different fronts here for a lot of different programs. White Knoll getting a win tonight over Sumter as well after a struggle last week against Camden. It's not for everybody. Just talk about the state of high school football right now in the state of South Carolina.
Yeah, it's parity. We mentioned you got the Dutch Forks, the South Florence, South Point. I mean, but still, it's a week to week. I mean, we say it in college football and NFL, it's a week to week. You look at Spring Valley coming off a emotional win, all that last week, and they come back and Lower Richland hits them in the mouth. So you got to be ready, and Coach Fiddler knows this better than anyone. You got to be ready each week, and coaching 14, 18-year-old kids, sometimes hard to get that, and little things, whether it be injuries or just stuff happening away from the football fields, kind of takes your focus away. So you got to be ready to play every week, and we see it tonight with a lot of great games. Mentioned the Northwestern Ridgeview game. Ridgeview gave him a really good game, but the story there, Trey Howard, how long is he going to be out for? Would be a big loss to that Ridgeview offense if he's out for an extended period of time.
It certainly would. One final thing, Batesburg-Leesville with a win tonight. They're 2-0. Abbeville, though, 1-1. Powdersville pulled in the second half from the Panthers. Just looking ahead at games next week, does one already catch your eye, or you're like, I need to take one day at a time?
No. I mentioned the two teams, Batesburg, Leesville, and Abbeville. Next week should be a fantastic game. Batesburg winning their opener tonight, and Abbeville is going to look to bounce back. We got Ridgeview and Dutch Fork next week. Also going to be a good game. So I think Butler and Irmo as well. So I think we're going to have another good week of games next week. Some teams starting region play. You mentioned that the Aiken and the Gilbert region. I think they start region play maybe next week.
Yeah, it started tonight for Aiken, not the team they were playing. Anyway, thanks, Lou. We appreciate it. Looking forward to chatting with you throughout the season, man.
All right, guys. Thank you.
That's Lou Bijak on the phone lines. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. More final scores from around the state next on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission.
Andre Cook calling in.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, man. You got to stretch. Pick up my pen cap while I'm down here.
Lou and I just talk about the Steelers all the time.
Lou's a big Steelers guy. He loves the Steelers. Loves the Steelers. What's up, man? Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Good. Weeks are better when you got coaches calling in, and I had to hit the phone lines this morning and be like, or this afternoon and say like, hey, I need you to call in. I need you to call in. You got to hit it. You got to hit it and keep. Yeah. And they'll call in. You just got to remind them. They start calling. He's a big help too. He's texting guys right now saying, hey, can you call in? And I'm like, hey, just give me their numbers. He's great on the air. Anytime they're on the road, and he's not going, I'm like, be here. Be here. Yeah, it works. You ready? No, that's what we did it that way last week. Because I'm like, Elijah, I'm gonna have to go to break. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmissions. On the game, Justin Hall, Elijah Campbell behind the glass, Coach Shane Fiddler to my left.
Thanks for having me again.
Of course, anytime. Our door is always open to you. Just make sure you enter in the right code and leave your money on the table. Let's go to the phones. Coach Andre Cook of the Malden Mavericks joins us on the program. How about this connection between the three of us? Former airport coach, former airport student, Coach Andre Cook, but he's now with Malden. And a big win tonight for Coach.
Great
How
win.
you doing?
Doing well, guys, man. Thanks for having me. Really excited.
So walk us through tonight. Obviously, big win for you guys. How did it happen?
First off, I am so blessed, man. I got the opportunity to coach a bunch of great kids. I got a bunch of great seniors. They've stuck with me despite all the downfalls. We've had a tough couple years, but they definitely showed up tonight and made plays for us. Our defense was outstanding all night. They got after the quarterback and made it really, really difficult for them to make plays. And our offense, scored some opportune touchdowns when we need to. And I'm really proud of all my guys, especially late in the game. Defense got to stop, and offense drove the ball down the field to kind of seal it. With a go-ahead touchdown, and my defense went back out one more time, and they got us to stop. And I'm just really, really proud of my kids tonight.
Coach Cook, hey, man, great win. I'm just looking at your 3 years here at Malden. Year one, you played Bowling Springs, lost 55-0. Last year, lost 31-12. This year, you get to win. It's showing the improvement in the program. What have you guys been doing that's giving you this edge as you've built this thing now going into year three?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is obviously the weight room. I'm a big weight room guy, man, and our kids have committed to the weight room. And, year one, we weren't very strong. And so we got pushed around by just about everybody. And so in year two, our kids were strong, but they still didn't know how to win. And I think this year, like I said, these seniors, I put them on the field as 10th graders, and they weren't ready. And they got their head kicked in every week. And I definitely think it prepared them for this moment and for this season because they've been through just about everything. And like I said, I give them a lot of credit because they could have gone anywhere else. They could have. And I know that there are a lot of places out there would like to have some of my kids, but they believed in me and they stuck together. And so I'm just really, really proud of them and everything they've done. They bought into everything, and, it definitely showed up tonight.
Coach, we appreciate it, man. Big win for Malden. Thanks for calling in. Look forward to talking with you throughout the season. Obviously, you're up in the upstate, but we appreciate you joining us tonight. Yes, sir, guys. Thank you guys for having me. Wishing you guys the best. I love what you guys do, man. Appreciate it, Coach. You guys. Thanks. Go Mavs. That's Coach Andre Cook from the Malden Mavs, the Fighting Kevin Garnetts, if you will.
Hey, Coach Bush from North Augusta giving the call.
We'll hit him next. Let's go to Nathan Martin, who's been holding for a while. Nathan's got an update for us from Camden. What happened tonight up at Zim Stadium, sir?
And it was very interesting. Things got started in pregame with a little jawing back and forth. That didn't happen in rival games, right?
Never.
It didn't happen in football. So right out of the gate, you knew this one was going to be a physical matchup. And, Camden jumped on Lugoff early there in the first half and got to a 28-0 lead. And in the second half, Lugoff came back with two very impressive drives and cut it to 28-14. You're going, uh-oh. If Lugoff gets another stop and score, and I ain't talking about a one-score game, but Bulldog defense got a couple of turnovers there late and was able to stick one in the end zone to a 35-14 final. Grayson Renf was 5 of 8 for 173 yards and 2 touchdowns through the air. Navi Boykins had 6 carries for 40 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tylen Draper was the go-to guy. He had 1 catch for 82 yards and a touchdown. For Lugoff Village, and Zach Williams, I thought, played pretty well. He went 6 for 12 for just 35 yards there in the first half, but he turned it around in the second half. It ended up 13 of 22 for 163 yards and a touchdown. And Shamil Sadiq is that man. I can tell you that. After seeing him in person, another 100 yards tonight. He had 7 catches for 100 yards. This game had a lot of yellow flags for excessiveness, I guess you could say. It was kind of hampered the team's early trying to get into a flow. But I feel like Lugoff's on the right track. Yeah, I like their quarterback. He's accurate. He took a pounding tonight, but he's a tough kid, and Camden was able to get a 35-14 win.
Nathan, there's obviously a lot of hype around Camden right now. Camden got the win over White Knoll. Present companies in the room last week, and then a win tonight in a rivalry matchup. Appears that Coach Remp has something going there with a team that's going to challenge for a 3A, for a 4A state championship this year. We appreciate you as always, bud. Look forward to hearing from you every week.
Yes, sir. We got a big one next week. It is, I believe it's the 95th or 96th meeting all time between Camden and Hartsville, getting closer to 100. So looking forward to the trip over to Kellytown and see if we can't make it 3-0 on the season.
Kellytown awaits Camden. We appreciate it, Nathan. Thanks so much. Let's stay on the phone lines and go to Coach Richard Bush of the North Augusta squad. They got a big win up in the Midlands.
Great job, Coach Bush. Another win for you coming to this area of town.
I appreciate it. It was good enough to get a win. Defense played really well, and offense was able to put together enough drives to get the win tonight.
And obviously, you guys got a win over Lexington tonight, and you're one of the best teams in 4A, and you're in a region that I've called, and I told Fiddler this last year, and I'll tell it to any coach who listens to me, pound for pound, you're in one of the toughest regions in the state. I don't think there's any question about that. You guys kicking off region play next week?
Yeah, we go to South Aiken, so it's going to be a tough one. Coach Hamilton always have his guys ready to play to be a gritty football team, so you got to have a good week of preparation and be ready to play.
And as you look ahead to this region slate, like I just said, top to bottom, it's a really, really difficult region to run through. A lot of great teams, a lot of great coaches. Some of the great coaches that were there are not there anymore, but they replaced them with great coaches as well. As you look ahead to the region slate, how do you get your guys acclimated? You had 2 weeks of non-region play, and now you're in region. How do you get them zoned in to get started in region play?
They'll be ready, but we always talk about being as good as we can be, controlling what we can control, and our goal is to go 1-0 every week. So we'll go back to work this weekend and look forward to playing South Aiken.
We're rapid fire tonight with the coaches, Coach. We appreciate it, man. Thanks so much for calling in. We look forward to talking with you throughout the season. You obviously playing a lot of Midlands teams. We look forward to chatting with you.
Go win, Bush.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Stay on the phone lines. Go to Coach Perry Parks. It's his second appearance on the program tonight. Coach.
Busy man, yeah.
Great win for you tonight.
Absolutely, man. Great job by the kids, coaches, man. They just played a really good game, man. Super excited for these guys.
Started out better tonight than you did last week. Obviously, last week starts with a pick 6. You're talking about that, just getting off to a better start. How did that affect that team's confidence on the sidelines as you guys were on the road tonight?
It does, man. We started off on a slightly better start. We fumbled the opening kickoff, but it wasn't a scoop and score. So baby steps, man. But we were able to settle down. The defense got a big stop on a short field, and offense proceeded with a 16-play drive, man, for a score. So proud of these guys, man. We're building it up the right way, and just excited for the way they play tonight.
And you guys are continuing. You got Gilbert next week?
No, we have Nation Ford at home, man. So we got a home opener after 2 weeks on the road.
The fighting Jake Bentleys head to River Bluff to take on Coach Parks and his Gators squad. Coach, always appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We're rapid. I was just saying,
Big
we're
night
rapid
for Lex
fire.
1. Congrats, Coach
no
Parks.
Doubt. Hey, real quick, y'all hear some high school guys on the bus real quick. Hold on a sec. Say what up.
That's the River Bluff
No
Gators.
doubt, man.
Big win tonight. They moved to 1-1 on the season. We appreciate it, Coach. Thanks so much for giving us a shout. Always appreciate your time. Look forward to hearing from Coach Parks throughout the season. They got a big win tonight on the road at Brooklyn. Casey. Oh, boy. We got time for one more, sir, or do we need to hit a break, Mr. Producer?
Let's hit a break, and when we come back, we have Coach Helms from Pillion, and we also have Cale Wilson, who is with a happy group of dudes over in Somerville.
Man, we wrap up the program in fashion next on The Game. Back with the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission on the game finals segment. Got a lot to get to. Let's go to the phone lines. We go down to Somerville first on the field. Cale Wilson with our game of the night for the Scoreboard Show. He's got a jubilant head coach and team. Cale, go ahead.
Hey guys, South Florence comes up with a 22-21 overtime victory here. I am here with head coach Drew Marlowe and player of the game for the Bruins, quarterback Messiah Jackson.
All right, let's start with Coach. Coach, thanks so much for joining us. Great talking to you again, second time in 3 weeks. I love it. Tough game tonight on the road. You guys were able to will one out in overtime over a really good opponent in Somerville, and you're getting well traveled in this state.
Yeah, we got several more to go, but yeah, I mean, I think that outwilled is a good way to put it. Our kids, man, they fought their tails off the entire game. It was not pretty, especially offensively, but man, our defense really played great, and our offense made big plays when they had to. And one of the things we say is, you know, the mark of a great team is a team that can find a way to win when they're not playing their best. And feel like we did that tonight. Tons to work on and improve on, but just so happy for our kids and for our school and our community. This is a huge win for South Florence. Beating a program like Somerville.
No question about that. Absolutely. One final question for you before we get to your quarterback. Looking ahead to Sunday, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about this. What are you looking for out of the Sellers brothers over in Atlanta against the Hokies?
Oh man, I hope they play hard, and I hope that you know that they do well. I know they will, and we're super proud of them, and I can't wait to watch them play on Sunday.
Coach, I appreciate you hopping on with us. Let's get your quarterback in here. Messiah, great game for you. A tough opponent on the road. What was it like playing down there against Somerville and willing your team to a win tonight?
Somerville, going into the game, we know they have a rich culture around here. You know, we know that they love playing football. You know, it's like on a Friday night, you know, that's where everybody's going to pop out to. So it was fun being in an atmosphere like this. You know, they got the lights going on. They got food everywhere around. And it was just a fun game to be in. And going into this game, we knew we had the possibility to win, and we go into every game thinking that we're going to win it. And when it came to the very end, and we knew we had to go for two to win it, our O-line really did a great job, you know, resetting the line of scrimmage and making an easy lane for me to run through.
Great game for you, great performance. We appreciate it. We're up against it with another coach on the line. Otherwise, I'd keep you for another 10 minutes talking about this game, Messiah. Great job, great win for South Florence. Bruins playing well on the road. Cale Wilson, appreciate your updates from down there. These game of the weeks that we have are fantastic, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, talk to Coach Helms. I love that guy.
Absolutely. Let's get Coach Helms in here from Pillion. Coach, great win for you tonight, and you guys are sitting pretty for Pillion.
Yeah, it's 2-0. You know, starting the season beating two teams that beat us last year, so it's exciting. We got a bunch of excited guys right now.
And in District 1, Lexington District 1, that's a district that's deep with talent at every school, and Pillion's making their presence known. Just looking ahead, what have you identified some strengths of your team that you can really lean on over these last 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, our guys are playing really good complementary football. Our defense has kind of set the tone for really everything that we're doing. And we're making big plays on offense. You know, I think the most important thing right now is, you know, in the first two games, we've won the turnover battle and we've had 0 personal foul penalties, and that's helped us a bunch.
And one final thing here before we get our final scoreboard rundown, Coach, we appreciate you hanging on and joining us. Former Gamecock offensive lineman, what are you looking for from that offensive line on Sunday afternoon in trying to move the football with the run game and protecting Lenore Sellers back there?
I'm just excited to watch some college football, quite honestly.
There you go. That's the answer I'm looking for.
We got a pretty excited bus right now if you want to hear them.
I would love to hear this bus.
Here we go.
That's our second bus of the night.
Appreciate you guys.
Right there. Thanks. Coach Helms from the Pillion Panthers joining us. That's the second bus load of kids.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
I want that to be a normal thing for the coaches calling in that are on the road.
Can we get like a sponsor for the bus of the night, you know, for every time we get somebody to be able to yell from the bus? That'd be great.
Get Ford on that.
That's right.
Get Terry Ford on that.
We'll get the crack staff up here.
There we go.
On that.
Oh, boy. Man, you want to talk about the witching hour? That, my friends, is a witching hour.
We just had a generational witching hour.
I think that was next level stuff. All right. while I'm doing this scoreboard update, I'm tasking Shane Fiddler and Elijah Campbell with figuring out who's our drive of the night. But let's hit a scoreboard now. All right. A lot to get to. I'm just barking out orders at this point. Crescent up on Palmetto 21-6. I believe that one's final. East Rutherford up on Blacksburg. They win at 41-6. Calvary Day up on Oceanside Collegiate last check 45-42. The Generals of Cathedral take down Jefferson Davis 42-20, and Jefferson Davis loses yet another battle. Williamsburg defeats PD 39-22. Classic. Spartanburg Christian over Camden Military 20-14. History nerds will like it. Wilton Hall over Northside Christian 49-12. Northwood, the Charges take down the Hurricanes of First Baptist 54-16. Heathwood Hall over Lawrence Manning 14-7. Hammond comes from behind. They beat Pinewood Prep tonight 20-16 in a slugfest. Trinity Collegiate over Ben Lippen 23-14. Louisville was handling Hunter Kiner Tyler 41-28 at last check. C.A. Johnson takes down Branchville 44-18. The Wolverines of Whitmire take down Spartanburg Christian 18-0. The Wild Gators of Lakeview defeat Mullins. The Auctioneers fall 26-20, and Xavier Leggett ain't walking through that door. Carver's Bay takes down Kingstree 21-12. East Clarendon shuts out Ridgeland 32-0. Timberland over Lake City 34-24. Lee Central over Burke 51-6. Whale Branch doubles up Hardyville. They beat them 40-20. North Central takes down McBee by 27. They beat them 48-21. The Golden Rams of Chesterfield get win number 1 on the season. They defeat Great Falls 28-14, while Saluda shuts out Ridge Spring Minetta 34-0. We just heard from Coach Helms. Pillion wins 40-10 over the Caps of Columbia. Batesburg Leesville moves to 2-0. They got Abbeville next week. They took care of Wagner Sally tonight 49-6. Cross, the home of Caden Ramsey. He's committing on September 8th somewhere. They win 37-6 over the Cougars of North Charleston. The Bulldogs of Marlboro County take down Sherrall 27-0. Swansea over Denmark Oler 54-0. Another shutout. Newberry over Mid Carolina 45-0. Another shutout. Fairfield Central blanks Union County 35-0. Broome, the Centurion, edge the Chesney Eagles 35-34. The Powdersville Patriots take down the Abbeville Panthers 36-22. How about Coach Robin Bacon at Powdersville getting the win there?
Huge win.
Pendleton over Keenan shutout 19-0. Bluffton, the Bobcats take down the Volunteers of Andrew Jackson 49-21. Gilbert in double overtime defeats Wilson 29-28. They even their record at 1-1. BHP over Gurr 42-19. That's Greer for those of you who may not know. The Red Devils of Clinton bounce back from a week 1 loss. They moved to 1-1. They shut out the Lawrence Raiders 50-0. Sorry, Captain Dave. West Ashley edges May River tonight 31-30. May River falls to 1-1. The Bruins of South Florence get the win in overtime 22-21. They had a 2-point conversion to win it. James Island over Hilton Head Island 31-8, while the Wando Warriors, the Fighting Jamie Bradford, get the win over Hanahan 23-20. Stratford over Daniel 42-26. They double up Daniel almost. Doubling would be 52. I don't do math.
High school sports show.
Fort Dorchester 15, Goose Creek 14. Cane Bay falls to Ashley Ridge 37-23. That was a score of 14 points. Berkeley defeats Winter Park. The Stags get the win 52-45. The Blue Jackets of Aner bounce back. They win 38-37 over St. James. Dillon shuts out Socastee 41-0. Our Darlington Falcons take down North Myrtle Beach 14-7. The Lions of Loris take down. They win 28-7, and my scoreboard just fritzed. It's over. It's done. Finito. Finished. I'm missing scores. Lexington falls to North Augusta 31-3. Airport falls 48-0 against Aiken, and there are more.
And the White Knoll Wolves win 28-6 over Sumter.
There it is.
It's not for everybody.
Who's our? All right.
Wasn't for Sumter tonight.
You guys decided on this, so who's our Honda of Columbia Drive of the Week?
The Drive of the Week, sponsored by Honda of Columbia.
Pretty easy decision here. Irmo scoring a touchdown with 20 seconds left to beat Burns 35-32. Not just getting a win against one of the top teams in the state, having to put your big boy pants on and engineer a big boy drive at the end of the game.
On the
Best
road.
way to do it.
In that environment with a new quarterback.
That's a good call. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. Well, that's week number 2 for us. And week number 2 of action, but week number 1 in our hearts. That's it. That's the last time I'm going to mention it.
Week 1.
What a great night of football. By the way, they're tied in Boulder. It's 2020, and maybe. And Auburn and Baylor's getting weird in Waco. Enjoy your college football weekend. Enjoy your Labor Day weekend. Gamecocks win 34-13. We'll see you next week. For Elijah Campbell and Shane Fiddler, I'm Justin Hall. We'll talk next Friday night on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cottman Transmission.
Go Wolves.